So what is going on YouTube? My name is Mehul and welcome to a brand new web series about Angular 5. And in this web series, we're going to discuss a lot of things about Angular 5 and basically Angular 6 as well. So I'm just going to name this web series as Angular 6 only because we're going to cover everything from Angular 2, 4, 5, and obviously Angular 6 because that's what this series is all about. Now, Angular has done a very major change while shifting from Angular JS to Angular 2. But from Angular 2 to 4, 5, there has been some quite changes, but not really um, those many that you have to learn everything from scratch. But if you haven't worked anywhere before with Angular 2 or 4 or 5, don't worry, I've got you covered. And what I just need from you is to know JavaScript a little bit and HTML, CSS. So that's all I want from you. And rest assured, we're going to cover a lot of beautiful things in this beautiful framework, which is designed for mobile and desktop both. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And in this tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to set up Angular CLI and our Angular project so that we can actually start working with Angular 6 and create some awesome applications with it. Okay, with that being said, what I want from you is to have something known as Node and npm installed on your machine. And if it is not installed, then what I want is, let me just make the text here a little bit bigger. What I want is you to follow the link in the description, which shows you exactly how you need to set up Node and npm on your machine, whether it is Linux, Mac, or Windows. And once that is done, what you can do is run npm. You should get an output something like this, and Node, which would give you a Node version which you have installed. Now I know that I'm running a very old version of npm. That's because I need to work with React Native, which kind of doesn't work with npm version 5 onwards. So yeah, that's the reason. Once you're done with that, what I want you to do is install Angular CLI. Now how to do that? Go ahead and write npm init y, or rather you can just skip that as well if you want to. Anyways, because we are going to install it globally, so what I want you to do is npm install g and then @angular/CLI@latest. Once you do that, hit enter and it will install Angular CLI for you. I have already done that, so I'm not going to repeat this step. Once you're done with this, what you have access to is something known as ng. Now if you write ng-v, what it would do is it would show you your Angular CLI version, your Node version, your OS type, and Angular as well, Angular's version as well if you are in the directory of your project. Now, I'm using a beta version of Angular CLI, but you would see a stable release, just the version number here. So, okay, just a sec. So you would just see a version number here. That should not matter. Okay, so once that's done, what I want you to do is write ng and then new and the name of your project. In our case, it would be intro, right? So let's just say I write intro to Angular as our project. So once I do that and hit enter, what it would do is it would start installing packages for our project, right? In our case, I have already done this because it's quite long. So I have already done that in a directory called intro. So I'm just gonna remove intro to Angular directory right here and cd into intro. Now once we cd into this directory, what you can do is write ng-v again. This time what you can see is that we get Angular CLI as 1.7 and Angular as 6.0.0 beta 3. Now what this means is that Angular 6 is being used in this directory, which is exactly what we want. And in your case, it would be Angular 6 only. Don't worry. If this is Angular 5.2.4, then you are then basically Angular 6 is not released as a stable version. It's still in beta, but you can still follow along with the series because you would only see Angular 5.2.4 if you're watching this video, say within 1 month of its release, because that's how long Angular 5.2.4 is going to be there as the default installation candidate for Angular CLI. And once you have done that, what you want to do is to ngServe, hit enter. Once you do that, what it would do is it would start all the web servers, Webpack, compression, local server. You can see that it's bundling the modules, and it also gave me a URL which I can open on my system to access my Angular app. Let us just process the information, and you can see that Webpack compiled successfully. I can go ahead and paste my URL here, and you can see that inside this intro we get welcome to our app and an Angular logo. So in this tutorial, what we're going to do is take a look at the overview of what we have done about the file structure and a little bit concepts related to little things we're going to see in those files. We're going to cover some of the things like file structure, then how Angular actually enters into your application, actually enters into your source code, how browser sees Angular. Then we'll see how Angular is bootstrapping. Then we'll come to modules, something known as modules, which is the core foundation of Angular. Then decorators. Now, mind you that we're not going to go a lot deep into these things right now because it may overwhelm you, but we're going to come to these stuffs later on in the code because they are very important to fully understand. Okay, so yeah, let's get started. So you can see that I have my code already in place, and if we take a look in the file structure, you can see it's quite messy actually. If we even remove node modules folders, there are so many things going on in source folder, assets, environment files, some TypeScript files as well. TypeScript is pretty much just JavaScript only. It's the enhanced version of JavaScript, a better one. So you don't need to worry about that if you don't know what TypeScript is. Then what we have is some sort of configuration files, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So we do not need to understand each and every file right now. We're gonna understand all those files as we move along with the series and do things which require those particular files, those particular set of files. And yep, so starting from the top, we can leave this E2E folder. This is just for testing. I'm gonna probably never use this, at least in the series. Then inside source folder, what we have is this app folder. Now this app folder, you can see that it consists of a component.css file, which is blank, HTML file, then there's spec file, which we can leave for now. Then there's a TypeScript component actual file, which consists of a decorator. We're going to come to that soon. And then a module file. Okay, so so far looks kind of simple. We have a module. A module basically is just a way to split your code into some independent files which actually mean something on their own. For example, a module in your application could be, for example, if let's say you're creating a YouTube downloader, then a module in your application could be a module which let's just say fetches the downloadable links from some sort of API, right? So that module can function on its own. So you can separate that piece of code and you'll call that thing as a module. So you can use that particular module in some other application. For example, you can use the same module as a part of a mobile app. You can use the same module as a part of let's just say a desktop or web application, and so on. But here what we mean by module is basically just splitting up the code into smaller pieces so that it's easier to organize, right? So this is the module file, which is the app module, which is the root module, which is required. At least one module is required in Angular. Then what we have as our entry point is this index.html file, and actually this main.ts is the entry file, right? So what this index.html file is, pretty much you can see that it just consists of basic HTML what we have here, but with the exception that we have something special here, app root. Now we have this app root. What it does is that it gives Angular a place to start working. So whatever Angular do, it would do inside this thing. So app root just gives it a place to start working, right? So then we have this main.ts file, which is pretty much the file which actually initializes your Angular project, right? So if we take a look at this main.ts file, then what we have is that we are importing a bunch of modules here from Angular platform itself. Then we are importing the app module, which we need to import because we need to bootstrap this. Now bootstrapping pretty much just means you're kickstarting it, you're initializing it. So if the environment of production is true, which is the environment file, now this would run when your Angular project is running in say production mode, because then Angular needs to perform certain optimizations because it's running in production. Now performance matters, not code clarity, right? So if that's true, then we just do some performance boost. Then we are bootstrapping the application with this root module. You can name this whatever you want, but it's a convention. Angular CLI gives you app module, so we're gonna keep it that way. All right, that is done, and then what we have is main.ts is done. Polyfills is just some polyfills for older browsers. You do not need to worry about that. Polyfills just means that if the browser does not support a particular functionality which is provided natively by the JavaScript engine or by the browser, then polyfill will be the JavaScript code which mimics that particular functionality. So it's not required for us. Then styles.css is just a global style sheet file. Test.css we can leave for now, and these are some configuration files. Okay, so if we take a look, we are done with this file structure thing. We are done with the entry point of application, which is this main.ts file, right? We bootstrap our application with this app module. This app module has declared app component as one of its component. Now again, we're going to come to components later on in the series, but what components really mean, what they mean actually is that you can think about components like, let's say you have a page, then let's say you have an app, a mobile app, then in that app you have a header, right? You need a header on every activity or every page of your mobile, right? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna separate that into a component. Now that component is reusable. So basically the use of components is to make code reusable. So if you have a piece of code which is you can repeat a view which you can repeat a lot of places, can be used as a component. So right now we're just making use of this app component as the main component, and all the components goes into this declaration. So we're gonna talk about this decorator in very deep later on the series, but right now just remember this ng module is the thing Angular depends on. So this is the main thing, and we have all our components, but we bootstrap our application from this app component. So if you understand the flow, main.ts is the main file. We bootstrap our module bootstraps the component runs this HTML file through this template URL here and includes these styles listed here and acts on the selector, which is app root, which is exactly what we have in our index.html file here, right? So everything, I hope everything makes sense till now. And the next thing what we have is that we have covered bootstrapping here, we have covered modules here, we have covered decorators, not really, but decorators, what they are is actually they just provide additional information to the class, or that is kind of a very vague definition. We're going to come to what decorators exactly are in ES7 later on, but for now you can just assume decorators to be something which decorate your class, which provides some additional information but does not change the raw information of that particular class or function or whatever you decorated with, right? So you can see right here, component decorator. This decorator is decorating this class right here. It's not changing the class, it's decorating it. We're gonna come to that later, don't worry if you don't get it right now. In this tutorial, what we're gonna cover is about decorators and what exactly is a decorator, how a decorator is pretty much just a function wrapping another function or a class and then doing some sort of manipulations with it and returning the original function, but after decorating it. Okay, so next thing we're going to take a look at is how decorators make your code easy to read and maintain, which is obvious thing. That's why it's called a decorator, right? So here we have our app.component.ts, and you can see that component right here is a decorator provided by Angular. So we're not gonna mess with this component decorator, but we're gonna create our own decorator. Now, for decorators to work, you need to set up in your JavaScript projects, you need to set up Babel separately, but since we're making use of Angular already contains all the configuration for that inbuilt, baked, so we do not need to worry about that. Decorators will be supported in our component files. So let's just create a very small decorator. Let's just create a function which is just a log function. Now what a decorator receives is a target, which is the target function or class on which you're actually working, the name of that function or class, and the descriptor. Okay, so let's just first of all log all of these so we can take a look at what all of these are, right? And how to make use of a decorator. Well, just go ahead and write @log, just like this component is written. And in the next line, we'll write our function. So let's just say this is a simple method with just console logs. Hey there, simple as that, right? And now if we take a look in the browser, you can see that we get this as the target name, this as the name, and this as the function. Okay, so with that being done, what we can do is that now we can start manipulating this log method. So the simplest way to do that is to actually override the function which is being called. So you can see that the descriptor, if we take a look at this object, the descriptor.value is actually the original function, and if we modify the descriptor.value and return the descriptor from this decorator, what happens is that becomes the function which is being called. So in most cases, what you want is store the original function in a variable, right? Do some manipulations with descriptor.value function, which is the function which will be finally executed, and then return the descriptor. This would be our flow, right? So what we're going to do, first of all, let's just say this is our original function, which is descriptor.value, right? So this original contains our original function. Now what I want to do is do some manipulations with descriptor.value. So I'm going to create this as a new function, and what I'm going to say, this function 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 was hacked, something like this, and ignore the typos. And what we have in here is that now this function is overwritten with this console log statement, and what we can do is just return this descriptor now. So what happens now when we call this method? Well, let's just see. So if I call this .simple method here inside my constructor, take a look in the browser, you can see that I get this function was hacked instead of getting hey there call. So you can see I'm calling this function. When I call this function, this decorator kicks in, tries to modify something, but instead of modifying, we just override the function definition itself, right? So if instead of doing this, if I do something like original, right, and see here, you can see that we get hey there and hey there 2 times, because first time we are calling this inside the function itself, and second time we are returning that function which is actually being called. So if we just do something like this, it should console log hey there just once, as you can see. Okay, so what's the use case of this? Well, if we move back to our PowerPoint actually, so we saw that what exactly is a decorator. It just helps you to wrap some code, a function or a class inside another function which does some useful stuff and returns the original one. We're going to take a look at an example soon. Now, how it just wraps the code and makes code easier to read and maintain. You can see that if you create a particular log function here, which logs all the arguments and the result of this function, then you can pretty much just use this decorator anywhere. So let's just quickly create this function. Sounds like a good idea. So if I do something like descriptor.value is a function with arguments passed. I don't know what arguments were passed, so I'm going to say that my result of this function is the original function, and I just want to pass in the arguments here inside original function. And what I want to do is once I get that, I just want to say that console log arguments were passed in this function, right? And actually let's just do something like this so that we actually run this function inside the context of that function itself. And the second argument, we can specify the arguments as an array. So we console log the statement, arguments were passed in this function. We can just console log the result of the function is, and then we can just go ahead and type result here. All right, looks fine. Let's just see. And what we can do in here is that we can say something like a simple method A, which just squares this. And I can say console log this simple method A and 5. And we can just see here this statement was generated by the constructor. Okay, everything looks good. Let's just see how this looks like. So we can just comment this out, reload, and you can see that we get arguments 5 were passed, which is actually the number we passed, right? So this is an array of elements which is passed, so we are using destructuring of the arguments. So if I do something like A and B right here, and if I do like 5 and 2, something like this, and if I save this, you can see that I get the output as argument 5 and 2 were passed in this function. The result of the function is not a number. Okay, so The result of the function is not a number. Oh, okay, so we are missing an apply function call here. Well, that was stupid. But anyways, so when we apply this, now we are using this value of this function. We're binding the original functions this to this, and then we're passing the arguments which we received. So you can see that the result of the function now is 10. The statement generated by the constructor is still undefined because we are not returning the result from our descriptor updated function, right? So remember that once we change this function, what executes when we call this thing is this function right here and not the original function, right? So this function makes use of the properties of original function, but remember that this function is the one which is executed. Descriptor.value executes the original function, stores the result, and then console logs it. Okay, so what we have in here is the types of decorators. Now, right now, JavaScript just supports two types of decorators over class decorators and member decorators. So what we have been doing so far is an example of a member decorator. So you can see that I wrote a decorator here and a function just under it, and also a point that your decorator should be followed immediately by the class or the function you're writing. So you cannot have a difference like function A between that. It would not work. You can see that we get an error which says that decorators are not valid here. So just make sure your decorator is just above your class or function over which you want to apply it. So once we're done with this, you can see that this is an example of a member decorator. For class decorators, what we have is we can apply this decorator directly to the class itself as well. And you can apply multiple decorators as well. So we need to make some changes to our log function, and let's just get rid of all of that and replace this as the class name. Right, so now if I console log this class name and hit save and remove this decorator from here and take a look in the browser, we see that we get a function, because basically classes in JavaScript is just a syntactic sugar for functional prototype inheritance. So yeah, that makes sense. This is a function which is app component and contains the body for constructor, right? So what we want to do is actually mess around with this class now. So what we can do is we can now return a function which has its own arguments, and what this function is that we can, first of all, let's just see arguments passed to this class constructor are, and then the arguments, and then we can actually just return the initialization of the class itself. So we're going to say new class name and the arguments we have in here. Now obviously I just don't want to use this decorator with this class. What we can do is actually create our own class right here, a little one. I can say class my example class, right? And I can say something like, if you take a look, okay, let's just continue. If I say something like constructor arg1 arg2 console.log received or let's just say constructor fired here. And now if I do something like const my class is new example class and 5 and 10 in here. Okay, so the code looks fine, but it says that it's unable to resolve the signature of class decorator when called as an expression. Let's just see in the browser what we have. Argument passed to this class constructor out to 510. This looks fine. Constructor fired looks fine. The statement was generated is fine, but I'm not sure why the linter is throwing this warning or error or whatever this is. Unable to resolve signature of class decorator when called as an expression. Okay, I am not really sure. I'll check this and would get back to you in the next tutorial if I get to know why this warning is being thrown, because our code is working fine and essentially that's what really matters, but I'm not sure why this is throwing some sort of warning. It's usually I guess related with TypeScript or something. So anyways, so this is how pretty much you decorate a class, right? So now you can see that when I call this my class, what we get is that argument passed to this class constructor are 510, constructor fired, and basically yeah, we are just returning the class after doing some logging with it. So you can essentially relate with the Angular counterpart that this component fires before this class is exported, right? And then this selector, then this component decorator does a lot of things, like it will replace the HTML, let's just say the render function of this class, with the HTML contents by getting the HTML out of this file. It will add some styles to this class HTML with the style URLs property. It would add all of that to the selector inside the DOM. So you can see that it makes your life much easier. You do not have to explicitly write everything every time in every component. So that is essentially how decorators work with JavaScript mainly, and with Angular as well in our case. And in this tutorial, we're going to take a look at how to actually work with lifecycle hooks, and not really work with, but just a brief overview. This would be a quick 2-second video tutorial on lifecycle hooks in Angular, and we just need to know this because we will be making use of lifecycle hooks a lot in later in our applications which we'll be creating. But on its own, there's really no use of lifecycle hooks just knowing what they are, because you can't create an application, an Angular application, which just contains an ng on init function, right? It doesn't make sense. So this is just a step for a bigger staircase. I don't even know what that means. But anyways, so what we have in here is some lifecycle hooks listed for Angular. So these are all the lifecycle hooks which you might use sometimes in your code. Now, you might use them and you might use them sometimes, right? Not every time. So starting from the top, what we have is on changes. Now this on changes is invoked every time there's a change. Let's just say you have some kind of input property in your component. So if you change that, this on changes will be fired. So you can handle those kind of changes there. On init would be fired whenever your component is initialized, right? And the thing with on init is that it would be called only once per component. So you can be sure that the code you write in on init would be fired once. So this is an ideal place for, let's say, if you're retrieving some data with some REST API for a component, for a given component, then on init is the place where you would want to perform an HTTP request. Okay, so the next event, the next lifecycle hook we have is the do check one. And the do check one is actually fired by Angular when actually Angular thinks that there is a change, right? So what we have with Angular is that Angular itself has its some sort of detector which actually detects the changes behind the scenes, right? Because that's how the things work. So do check would be fired by Angular if Angular suspects something has changed. So you can add your own custom implementations in this do check. Then what we have is the after content init, after content checked, after view init, and after view checked. Now, these four would make a lot more sense to you if you know something about the content projection, but I believe I have not covered it yet. But what content projection, I can give you an overview of what that is okay, let's just take it that way. For example, let's just get rid of this. This is a quick intro to content projection. Let's just say you create a select tag, right? So you have a bunch of option tags here, like option 1, and then option 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth, right? So what Angular does is, let's just say if you're creating your own custom component, what you can do is let's just say this is your own custom component. Let's just say this is my own component, right? So Angular allows you to add these children inside your own component instead of directives. So let's just say you want every option to be red colored. So what you can do is just add a class of red to every option in here, right? For example, let's just say you want this option to be red as well. I'll come to that in a second, what I wanted to say earlier. So, okay. All right. So we have all of these options as red. Now you could have implemented this thing in a single component file as well. So I could say my own component, all option colors and red, and inside the definition of this file, when I render all those options, I would just add loop over every option and add this class as red. Now the problem arises when I want this second option to be blue, right? So in that case, I cannot do something like all options and then red. In that case, I would have to do like option 2 is blue and then render it as blue. You know, you get the idea. I have to write a lot of code to make it specific to a particular option, and it's kind of pain in the butt to organize all that code. So what actually, coming to the point, what content projection pretty much is in one line, is that you can write my own component and then your child components here, and you can pretty much work with all of your child components just right here. And in this definition, of this own component, you would write ng content. And what this would do is that it would reflect whatever child components you are passing in this my own component. So in a nutshell, what we were talking about was right. So we have after content init, after content checked, after view init, after view checked. So these four events are associated with this content property. So in a nutshell, what we have is that for content projection, what we have are these four lifecycle hooks, and after content init would fire if there's a change. Okay, so what we have in here is that I have created this simple program which pretty much just adds a component and removes it. So if I add a test component, you can see that we get ng on init called first of all, then ng do check is called, Then after content init is called, you can see that on init gets called, do check is called, after content init is called, content checked is called, view init is called, view checked is called, ng destroy is not called because it is not destroyed yet. But if I remove this component, you can see that ng destroy is called. Now if I add it again, add it one more time, you can see all these methods getting called again and again. And if I remove this component, you can see that ng destroy was called. Then ng do check was again called because it seemed to Angular like something has changed. And then ng after content checked is called, and after view checked is also called because views are changed. So Angular's after content checked and after view checked are called after ng do checked. So this was basically the flow of how Angular is taking care of lifecycle hook events. And the takeaway from this is pretty much that ng on init is the place to call some methods you want to, because this is the point which would be called once in your code, and it would be by the time this method is called, your component would be ready to be rendered. So in this video, we're going to see, first of all, what is a component, how to create a component using command line, then how Angular actually declares the component itself when we use command line, or how you have to manually declare it in your root component if you do it manually, right? And some basic component usage with some string interpolation and all that stuff. So, okay, so here is our code, right? And a component, as I said in the starting tutorials, is pretty much just a piece of code which represents something on your screen, right? So you can break your layout into components. So for example, if you're using headers multiple times on different screens, then you can create a header component which would be reusable on pretty much every page you want. So it is an independent thing, a component which you can import into any file and use it. So by default, if we see, then what we have here is this app.module has a declarations array which contains app component, which is our root component, and it is bootstrapped from app component as well. So this app component file right here, what it does is that it contains a component decorator, which we learned about in the last video, and a class which actually acts as a logic for this component. Okay, so this class, what it would do is, as I said, it would contain all the logic for this particular component. So what we can do right now, you can see that inside the HTML file, I just have hello world, which is displayed in the browser as well. So let's just create a custom component using the inbuilt terminal which VS Code gives us. So we can do that by actually writing something like, actually let's just cd into the directory and then write ng generate component and then the name of your component. So in our case, let's just say this is hello and hit enter. You would see certain changes done by Angular. You can see that there are 4 creations and 1 updation. So 4 creations are these 4 files. But what this update is? Well, this update, if we take a look at app.module.ts, you can see that Angular automatically adds a hello component to our declarations and it automatically imports it as well. So what's happening here? Well, to use a component, in order to use a component in your Angular application, you need to declare it inside this ng module decorator. That's how Angular works, right? It needs to be aware of what components you're going to use in your application in any time in future. So that's this part. And then these 4 files are created, which again contains the HTML file, CSS file, TypeScript component file, and 1 specification file which is used for testing, but we're not gonna make use of that right now. And you can see that this component automatically implements this on init method, which we discussed. This is a lifecycle hook which we discussed in the last tutorial. So yep. So let's just add some HTML to this. We can say like this is a custom component, and hit save. And right here, what we can do is inside our app.component.ts, this file's HTML, we can add like something like custom component says, and then the tag name of this component. We have app hello as the selector. So selector pretty much means that whenever I make use of this in a file which imports this component, the template URL's content or template's content would be rendered in that HTML block, right? So if I import this component into my main component file, that is app.component.ts, by import hello component, PONENT, from hello and then hello component. If I do like this and save it, now my app.component.html file, whenever it sees this, because the hello component's TypeScript definition says that the selector should be app hello, and it sees that here, it would replace the contents of this template URL after applying these styles into this HTML. So let's take a look in the browser. So you can see that we get the output as hello world. A custom component says this is a custom component. So in this tutorial, we're going to take a look at what interpolation is. It's simple. I don't know why I put that point there, but anyways, you're just going to relate really soon. Expressions used in interpolation and some prohibited expression syntax examples. That's it. So putting in very simple words, what interpolation basically is doing something like my variable. That's it. That's interpolation for you guys. So in this example, what we have is these two curly braces acts as the syntax for interpolation, and you're interpolating, and this my variable, whatever you go right here, is your expression. So for example, I can write 5 times 2, which would be 10, and you can see that if we take a look here, we get the output as 10. Alright, now we can change this to addition as well, which works just fine, obviously. Okay, now what we can do is that we can actually echo out some values as well. So I can say my variable here, and I can say something like my variable is my name, right? And if you save this, Mayhole it is. Easy. Now we have seen what is interpolation, symbol expressions, prohibited expression syntax examples. Now what we have is that we cannot actually make use of all the JavaScript in here, especially like if you want to do something like let's just say bitwise OR of two numbers like 2 and 5. So what you would actually do is something like bitwise OR 2 or 5. This performs the bitwise OR between 2 or 5, and bitwise OR is pretty much just like you present everything in binary, 10 for 2 and yep, 110 if I'm not wrong. No, 101 or 101. Yep, 1 2 4 plus 1 5. Yeah, so we are gonna perform a bitwise OR for these two numbers. So what we have in here is that 0 or 1 is 1, then 1 or 0 is 1, then what we have 0 and 0 or 1 is 1. So we have the answer as 111, which should give us 4 5 6 7 as the answer. Let's hope I don't insult myself on YouTube. So we're gonna just set this bitwise OR right here and hit save and take a look in the template. Let it reload, or let's just reload it ourselves. Okay, yeah, so the answer is in fact 7. Cool. But we cannot do this thing right here inside an expression because Angular makes use of pipes for its own use cases. You can see that it throws us template parse errors. So you need to do things like these in separate variables. Now what we can do is actually call functions as well, but I would not recommend this because Angular, whenever re-renders the template, would call that particular function again and again. So you can see that let's just say this is my do some heavy task. I just console log this called this.I times, just like this, and I say I is 0. And if I do like something like do some task, heavy task instead, do some heavy task, there it is. And what I want to do is check my console in here, but we have some errors. Do some heavy task, console.log, call this.I++ times, and my I is in fact equal to 0. Column 6, what the hell is this? Okay, we are missing a curly brace here. And let's just reload it one more time. So you can see that we get in console call 0 times, 1 times, 2 times, 3 times. So Angular itself is calling it at least 4 times in this execution because it's rendering this HTML file 4 times, and it would keep calling this function if I trigger change for let's just say any variable inside this component. So we can mimic something like this very easily. So we can say set interval, and I can just say this dot sum variable is math.random. This should be sufficient to trigger an Angular change to be performed. So if you take a look in the browser, you can see that this function gets unnecessarily called every time we are making change to just this variable. So that's why you should not use functions usually in your HTML interpolation syntax in Angular, and use just the property names. We're going to take a look at what data binding is, source to target data binding, target to source data binding, and how to actually perform, or what actually is two-way data binding and how to use that. So first of all, if we take a look in the code, what we need is that sometimes we need to pass data from our component files to our view files, that is our HTML files, right? So in that case, what you can do is, for example, let's just say we learned about interpolation, right? So let's just take a look here. If I say like my variable here, and inside here I say like my variable is app, right? Now if you take a look at in the browser, you can see that we get app. Now how about if I want to set this value to an HTML attribute? So what I can do is I can say something like input type text, then value is something like this. You might think something like this would be good, whereas what we want is the property of this. Now property, if I can explain you here a little. Okay, so if we take a look here, you can see that I have selected this input type, and if I write here value, you can see that I get app. Now if I change this, its value is updated. Now value is a property, whereas if we had an attribute something like this, now what happens is that its property actually, if we take a look, you can see that the value attribute which this element has a value of ABC, whatever we set in here. So DOM has two things. HTML has two things: the DOM property value and the actual attribute value. So we want to work with the attribute value. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to bind this to this my variable. So now if we get rid of this and have a look, you can see that we still get app, but the thing is now if we do something like, let's just say, mess around with this variable a little, so what we can do is say that my variable and obviously this is this dot my variable, and now this my variable is not defined. My variable is not defined. We can say something like this, and what we are getting here is a math.random. Okay, now you can see that we have actually successfully binded the data from our TypeScript file to our view file, so it updates automatically whenever there's a change. Now, all right, now if we change this code back to what we had earlier, you would see that this thing still works. So if we change it here, take a look, you can see that this thing is still working. Then what's the difference? Well, let's just take a look at let's just say we add an attribute here, disabled, and let's just say this is my disabled value, right? And now if we do something like this dot my disabled value is false, and yeah, something like that, and we do like this dot my disabled values math.random is greater than 0.5. okay, now if we take a look, you can see that my input is always disabled irrespective of what number it's generating in the background. Now the reason for this is that the value which we get from the interpolation is actually reflected here, and if we just write that in quotes, but that is not how HTML works, right? Because if you see, then whenever you have even a disabled attribute on your input text field, it does not matter which boolean value it contains, it will automatically disable the input field. However, if you use property binding here instead of interpolation, what you would see is that now you can see sometimes it is enabled, sometimes it is disabled. Now the reason for this is that Angular would automatically take care of property binding whenever it sees that the random number is greater than 0.5, then it would add disable attribute, and if it's less than 0.5, then it would remove it. You might see that sometimes it adds attribute even in the reverse condition, and that is because these two numbers are not same. These two are different calls, so they generate different numbers. Okay, so now if we take a look, what we have done is the source to target data binding. Now target to source. Now what if I want to get information from the view to my TypeScript file? In that case, what we have is this target to source binding. For example, if somebody clicks on a button, then I want to know, let's just say, the coordinates of the mouse. So we can create a button here, button, and then I can add a click. You can see I write parenthesis and the click here, and then I can say call my function, and then I can say hey there. And now if I create a call my function here, qn ction. Let's just get rid of all of this. We can just console log here, button called, or function called rather. Right, if we go to console, click this button, you can see that we get function called successfully. Now what we can do is that you would be able to find all the events associated with here on the documentation. So I'm not going to list each and every event, which we would not even use ever. So what we can do is that we can link these two together. So when this function is called, what I want is that my disable value is false right now, but I would like to set my disable value to basically toggle it, right? So if we take a look here, you can see that whenever I click it, it gets disabled, enabled, disabled, enabled, and so on and so forth. So in the last tutorial, what we did is that we discussed how we can take some interactions from view side to our JavaScript side, and from our JavaScript side back to our view side. For example, sometimes you want to know when the user clicked a certain button. So in that case, what are you looking for is that you want some data from the view side into your JavaScript, into your controller kind of thing. And other times, what you want is that your controller should update some data in your view. For example, you're fetching some data from some REST API and then you want to display it. In that case, what you want is that the JavaScript which fetches the API, the data from the API, it should update your view. So in this case, in these two cases, what we are doing is that in first case, we are binding data from view to controller or view to our JavaScript. And in the other case, we are binding data from JavaScript to view. Now, what if in some cases, for example, the best one is that you want to mirror your input text. In that case, what you want is that, for example, if you take a look, let's just create an input type text here real quick. And now if you take a look, for example, whatever I write here, you want to display here as well. So that's mirroring. So in that case, what's happening is that I'm updating the view as a user, I'm updating it. So I want it back in the controller. Now the reason I want it back in the controller, because controller updates the view. So what I want in this case, if you realize, is two-way data binding. I want the view to update the controller, or our JavaScript file in this case, and our JavaScript file will update the mirroring value here. So we need two-way data binding here. So how do we do that? Well, we can make use of what we did in the last tutorial to achieve the same. Now, Angular, if you have used Angular JS, then it actually came with a baked-in two-way data binding system, but Angular kind of mimics it, Angular from Angular 2 onwards. So there's a way, ngModel is a way, but it's not really actually two-way data binding. We are just making use of both the data bindings to make it like two-way data binding. So for example, if we want to mirror this input type text value, what we need to do is we'll write value in here. Now this binds it to our controller, to our JavaScript, right? So let's just say I write something like text, and what I want is that when I write into this input, I want to get that text into my JavaScript. So this value, what it does is that it would reflect value, whatever is the value of this text variable. For example, if we change this app.component file, change this to text, hit save, take a look, you can see that we get app. So this binds it to the value of the input type field. Okay, now our controller, our JavaScript is updating the view. Now we want our view to update our JavaScript. So in that case, what we have is this input handler, and what this would do is that it would help us to update the value for this text variable. So let's just say I call something like update value, like this. And what I want is I want to pass in a special object here called event. Now let's just take a look at what this object actually is. So what I want is that my method here is update value, right? So I'm just gonna paste it and say e is my event. So I can just console.log it e, there we go. And if I save it, take a look in the browser, open console. Now if I go to my input field and start writing, you can see that I get an input event whose target is our actual input field, right? So if I do like e.target.value and hit save, let it reload. Now if I go to console and start writing here, you should see that the values update right here. Okay, now how do we update this? Well, this should be easy. What we have to do is just write this dot text is equal to e dot target dot value. There we are. And now what I want to do is just pretty much write text in here, right? And yep, so now if you take a look, you can see that we get it mirrored. If I write something, this is two-way data binding. I'm writing this in the view. It goes to my JavaScript file. That is one part of two-way data binding. The JavaScript updates the variable on the view which displays the text, and view is updated by that particular variable. So this is our two-way data binding. Now, you can also implement two-way data binding with your custom directives, which we would take a look at later on in the series, how to create custom directives. But what essentially the part is that these directives, so what these directives are, for example, this value directive and this input directive, these are the directives which Angular provides out of the box. And what we can do is we can actually create our own directives as well, which we can make two-way data binding possible. In those we can make that. And one such example is ngModel, which pretty much just does whatever we have done so far in a very simple statement. So for ngModel, what we do is that we just write ngModel inside a square bracket and a parenthesis, right? So how we do that is that we just write ngModel, a square bracket, a parenthesis, ngModel, and we write the name of our variable here. In our case, this is text. Hit save, have that component. We do not need this function anymore. Hit save. Now the thing is that ngModel is not really part of your basic app, so you need to import that. You can see that we get ngModel is not a known property of input. So what we can do is we can go to our modules file. We can import from Angular forms, because that is a part of form, and we would write ngModel here, just like this. And now what I want is that I want to import this module. Right now we can just clear off the difference between declarations and imports here as well. As a whole, this application is a module, right? Whatever you are coding is a module. Now modules, as I said in the very beginning of the series, are independent piece of codes which can run independent of each other. So what we are doing here is that we are importing a module ngModel from Angular Forms, which is an independent module capable of running standalone, right? And that's what happens here. So we import that module into our own module, whereas this declaration is used to add components and directives and other stuff, pipes into your application. Providers is used to inject services. We'll take a look at that later on. So the main thing here is that import is used to add you can say feature-based modules into your main application, and that's what we are doing here. So whenever you are importing some different module into your app, you need to put that into import section, and whenever you are writing your own component or directive or pipe, you're gonna put that into this declarations. So hit save. Now we have ng model in here, so we should be good to go. Now if we take a look here and let it recompile. Okay, and if we take a look in the code, unexpected directive ng model, and that is because this is not ng model, this is forms module. We need the forms module from the Angular forms. And if we save it now, take a look here, we should be able to see that if we write something here, it successfully gets mirrored. So ng model is a directive which is inbuilt for you, which acts as a two-way data binding directive. Now we can create our own two-way data binding directives as well. As I said, we'll come to that later on in the series. We're going to cover basically ngFor, and this would be a really quick tutorial because there's not a lot to do in ngFor again on its own. And actually I'm fed off these tutorials which just cover a single topic without actually linking other stuff with it. So let's just quickly go through this and get started with some app building, which actually teaches how to link, interlink, and use everything together. So ngFor, first of all, where to use? It's easy. Wherever you see iterables in form of arrays, or maybe your components as well. In case your Angular, you write something which makes your components iterable. If you can do something if you can create something which is iterable, or if you can get something like that, then you can use ngFor with it. Then for the syntax part, it's easy, just like you have to write the same thing which is here, right? And let's get started with some code then. So first of all, let's just create some dummy data here. So I'm going to create a data variable, which is an array, which consists of an object of persons. So let's just say name Mehul, and let's just say we have another field like online true, something like that. Then let's just say we have name ABC, online false. Then let's just say we have name XYZ, online true, right? Let's just say we have 3 records, and in your case you would be probably getting these records from some sort of API or your database or something like that, so that makes sense. Now what I want is that I want to display these records nicely on my view. So what we need to do here is that we'll just create a table here which just consists of some TRs and TDs. So let's just say my TD is name, and the second one is online, and let's just say here I say ngFor thing here. So how would I use ngFor here? Well, let's just say you want to repeat some element. So on that particular element, you would use star ngFor, just like this. Then you would go something like let the temporary variable assigned to every record. For example, I can say let record of, we can just rename this records here so that it makes more sense. Record of records, right? And once you write this let record of records, what this means is that every record, every element in this array would be stored in record in every iteration. So now you can access it something like record.name and record.online status. Okay, so now what we have is that when we access record.name, we'll get this record, this value, Mehul, ABC, and XYZ right here, right? And what we can do is wrap this inside a TD. We can also say record.online here, right? And now if we take a look in the browser, you can see that we get something like name and is online has 2 columns. So you can see that here we get name Mehul is online true, false, true as the values we had in our records. Now what we can do is actually we can access the index values as well. So for example, we can create a serial number here, something like this, and here what we can say is I, and here we'll say let I is equal to index. Now you can name this anything, my index or whatever you want, but this should be index, right? So if I change it to my index, take a look, you can see that we get 0, 1, 2 here, and obviously you can just do my index plus 1 just in case you want to start with 1. Okay, now similarly what we can do is right here we can access the even odd records as well. Now this functionality, all of this functionality is provided by ngFor out of the box, so you do not need to do anything. I can say that let even records is equal to even, and let odd records is equal to odd, and now what we have is that these even records variables would be, this even record variable would be true whenever we are iterating over even number of record, and this variable odd records would be true whenever we are iterating over odd numbered record, right? So what we can say is that let's just say we pretty much want to add a class. Let's just say we want to add a class to our this tr, right? So we can just highlight it differently. So what I'm going to do is make use of this ng class directive and just learn about this, that this directive would apply conditional classing depending upon the conditions you supply. So for example, I can say that I want to apply the class let's just see odd if it is an odd record, RDCORD, and we can just change it to this so it makes more sense. Otherwise, apply even if it is an even record. And let's just see if we got that right and take a look in the browser. So if we take a look inside our inspector, we should be able to see that this has a class of even because this is index 0. This is a class of odd because it has index 1. This is class even because it has index 2, right? So what we can do now is we can say something like tr dot even has a background of black, color white, and tr of odd has a background of red and color white. Okay, so now if you take a look in the browser, you can see clearly what I mean. So our even records are black, 0 and 2, and our odd records are red. So now we can just pretty much, if we duplicate these records, you would be able to see that we have a nice little table in here with the alternate colors, right? So if we take a look, you can see we are done where to use, we have done the syntax part, we have done how to get index and how to get odd even. Now we can also do this first element and last element thing. So what we can do is pretty much similar thing. We can say in here, let's just say let first element, first record is first, and let last record is last. And we can just say class only the first as first record and last as last record. If we take a look here, in our first record, what we have is that we get the class as even and first, and our last record gets the class as even and last, right? So now you can do even more further customizations with it. So yeah, that is pretty much it what we have with ngFor. and that's all we're probably gonna need. Basics, that is all we're gonna need for ngFor and iterating over iterable data in Angular. We're gonna take a look at what services are. Why would you actually need services? Creating some services using command line, and what is injectable decorator, and how to inject services in a component to actually make use of. So starting with what services are. Now, sometimes what you have is that you need a place to store all your methods. For example, let's just say you are creating a login website, which a site which requires registration. So what you want is a service which validates your login details. For example, you might need that function to be called from various places. For example, from your login form, or when you are, let's just say, changing your password when you're already logged in, then also you need to verify the user, and so on and so forth. So what service is it is a singleton instance of a file, you can say, which can be injected into multiple components, right? So these are services. Why services? Well, the what actually answers the why, but anyway, what we have is that whenever you want, let's just say, you want to get some data, or perform some operations on data. For example, you're fetching some data. So you want to shift that task to services. You do not want your component to call HTTP APIs and fetch data and display them all at once. That's what Angular's styling guides suggest to do, right? Then we're gonna see how to create services using command line and other stuff. So here we have our code, and this is the code from the previous tutorial. So here's a terminal. So to create a service, what we need to do is write ngGenerate. What you can do is just write ngg as well as a short form, but I'm just gonna go with ngGenerate service and the name of your service. So let's just say this is my records. Hit enter. Wait for command line to complete its execution. And you can see that we get created service.ts file and service.spec.ts file. All right, now what we have here is inside app we have this record service and record service.ts file right here. Now what we want is we actually create a function, something like, let's just say, get data. Now what I want is that I want to just transfer whatever data we had in here to this service. So let's just cut this and return these records like this inside the service. Now what I want is what we have is inside our app component we need records, right? So what I'm gonna do is create ng on init lifecycle hook, and I'm gonna say this dot records is equal to something. Right now what that is, we need to inject this particular service into this component. Now how do we do that? Well, there are multiple ways. What you can do is you can make a service explicit to a component only, or what you can do is you can inject the service into your ng module right here. If we see here inside this providers, if you do that, what would happen is that your service would be available to every component which requests it, right? So in most cases you want to do this, but let's just say if you're creating a service specific to a component, which might not happen very often, in that case you can inject your service directly into component as well. But here what I'm going to do is inject this service by writing something like, if we can just get rid of this, import record service from our records.service, and inside providers I can add the service. Now once I do that, I have successfully injected the service into any of the components that request it. Now what I want is that I can just say inside constructor that this.records is blank one, or rather we can just write records here only, and right here what we can say is we want to inject the service, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is inject it privately, private and private service name. Now we need a name for the service to happen, right? So I'm gonna write this as my first service, and to let Angular know that I actually want this record service in this my first service variable, we need to give a type to this using TypeScript, and we're gonna say the type of this is record service. Now what we have is that we cannot find the name record service. Now to fix that, we're gonna import this service from our record service right here. Okay, looks good. Now what we have is that this dot my first service would give us access to this service object, right? And now we can just call this get data method right here, and we should be good to go. For example, now if we take a look, the data is same just like it was in the previous example. And to show that these services are singleton, what we can do is actually create another component which would update, let's just say, some value inside the service, and then another component can pretty much get that value, so those two values would match. So this is a task you can do as an assignment yourself. What you have to do, I'll repeat, is that create another component which injects the same service, just like following this modules.ts approach. You have injected it, you just need to inject it into your component. Now the other component updates some sort of property of the service right here with some method, and the previous component would automatically reflect that because they are this is a singleton service. That means it only has one instance running at a time. So we're gonna discuss about how this dependency injection DI works exactly really soon. But for now, let's just, for the sake of clarity, let's just assume this happens magically in the background. So yeah, that's all for this one. And we're gonna make use of services as well in almost every application we make. So this is an important concept. We're gonna discuss about something known as HTTP client module in Angular, with which we can make requests with the Angular application, right? So what this HTTP client is, how to actually make HTTP request using a service, because that's an appropriate way as Angular suggests, and getting response back is also a task, a little bit of task here in Angular, and then we will see how to actually cast that response so that you can actually access values you want to. Would come to that, and something about RxJS as well. So let's start. Okay, so starting with importing the HTTP client, how do we do that? Well, to do that, what we're going to do is go to our module file, and right here we're going to import our HTTP client module, which would be HTTP client module from Angular common and HTTP. There we have it. So this client module, as I said, modules would go into imports, would go right here, and then what we have is that now we can inject this particular module as a dependency in our service. So let's just create, or actually we already have a service, record service here, so we're gonna make use of that service only. So if we take a look at record.service.ts, right here you can see. So what we can do is now we are injecting a service injecting a module inside this service. So we're gonna import this again, HTTP right there. And this injectable decorator, I guess I missed that in the last tutorial. What it does is that this tells Angular that this service can also have some injectables in it. So we need that decorative right there. So I'm gonna do a private inject of HTTP, and let's just call this HTTP client because that's what it is. And now we can access this.http via this.http, right? I mean the HTTP client via this.http. Okay, so how do we actually get the how do we actually make a JSON request? So first of all, let me just get it out of the way. And what I'm gonna do is let's just say I go here, and what I do is let's just say I create a test directory here, test, and I go inside that, and what I'm gonna do is just touch a file.json file here, and I can just paste this data which I have right here. Let's just put a curly brace with a key value here, or let's just say my object, something like this, so that we can make a valid JSON out of it, and that should be good. Now what we can do is run a very simple 1234 server here. So now it is serving our JSON file right here, and now if we take a look at the intro, we can see 1234 right here, and data, or what we have, file.json, right? So you can see that we get our data. So we are getting some error, expected string. So let's just fix that first. Okay, so we have to put that actually in key value pairs, encrypted, encoded as a string. So let's just do that really quick. File.json right here. Or what we can do instead is select all of these right here, and actually these records are duplicated, right? So we can just go with these two only, these four only, and oops, so we have a problem. But anyways, so that is it. Now we can just get rid of these records right here, and what we can do is replace these with these, and there we are. So let's just keep it with these only, and now we have a valid JSON at our hands, and now what we have is localhost 1234. Hit enter, and now if we take a look, you can see that we get a valid JSON out of it. Cool. All right, now what we want is that we want to fetch this thing and get some data out of it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say this.http.get, and then I'm gonna pass in, or are we really writing, http.get, and I'm gonna pass in the URL. So the URL is http localhost 1234. Then what we have is data dot or file.json, right? And once we had this thing, what I want is actually subscribe to this thing. Now what does this mean? Well, this is the subscription is a operator of RxJS, which is reactive JavaScript. And what this is that it's just a way to handle asynchronous tasks. So RxJS takes a completely different approach from whatever you have tried or used earlier, if you haven't used RxJS, obviously. Because the RxJS is based on a pipeline model. So for RxJS, an asynchronous request can be thought of as a pipe where your endpoint would emit certain events every time and you can subscribe to them, right? So in this case, we have the event when this HTTP module will return us some data and we are subscribing to it. So that's pretty much it you need to know right now for RxJS, but we're gonna discuss that later on in depth if we get some time. So yeah, so we have the subscribe. What we'll get in return is the data. So what I'm gonna do is pretty much just console log. We got data right here. Okay, so we are here, and now in our app component, we are injecting the service and we're getting the records right here. So let's just see how this looks like in the browser. So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna go back one more time, inspect the element, go to console. So what we have in here is, oh, okay, no access control allow version. Just a minute. Okay, so to fix this, what we can do quickly is actually, let's just see what we have. We can change the file name to file.php, and if we open this in VS Code only, so what we can do is actually say header access control allow origin with a value of star, and we should be good to go, right? And one more thing, what we can do, what we can say is content type application JSON here to send a JSON response, and there we are. Unexpected header, right? So now if we do phps localhost 1234, hit enter, reload the app. Oh, it is, oh, we have not updated the app, so we're gonna change this from file.json to file.php. Hit save, and there we are. So we have this object which contains information about our records, right? But there's a problem. Let's just see if we do data.obj, what happens. If I reload this now. Okay, so this is not really a problem. It gives us the objects, but what we can do instead is that we can actually create an interface out of this thing. You can see that the linter gives us an error that property object does not exist on type object, because that's not really a way to do this. Now, to do this, actually what you have to do is create an interface which specifies what kind of response you're expecting. So what we can do here instead is we can create a kind of interface here, interface, and let's just say my data, which just says object is a type of object, right? And now I can do something like http.get, and I'm expecting the kind of data to be returned as object which contains object. Right now this is a simple one. So now if we take a look in the browser, you can see that we got the response correctly. All right, now what I want to do is actually give this data back. Now how do we give this data back to our component? So what we can do is, instead of subscribing here, I can actually subscribe right here. Right now if we save this thing, and actually we would need to actually change this from here to our component file here, and now if you take a look in the browser, you can see that we still get the same response. Now what I want is I want to actually update this dot records. This dot records is data.obj, and we are good to go now. So if we can just sit back and relax and see that it populates our data with the information. So we get an error here, but we get to cannot find a differ supporting object of type object. ngFor only supports binding to iterables such as arrays. Okay, so what we are missing here is that our records was an object initially, so it threw us an error, but now it should be fine. Yeah, so that is pretty much how you perform an HTTP request in Angular, and trust me, you're gonna do this all the time when you're creating an application, because you cannot obviously offload everything to client side at once. You need to perform HTTP requests again and again. Alright, so if you followed my last tutorial, what we had was that we were fetching some data from one endpoint and displaying it on the screen. That data was JSON. But the problem was that at first one, we had a problem that showed us some error related to CORS, which is cross-origin resource sharing. So what that means is that CORS is a standard set of implementations which just determines how you can, how your JavaScript or your frontend can access other servers' code, right? So you cannot just send an AJAX request to anywhere on the internet and get data back. This is a security implementation by browsers. So for development purposes, what we need is that we need a smooth way of integration of our APIs with the Angular server. So what happens is that Angular runs on its own server, and our API calls like checking for correct details of login and creating some records on database and all that stuff would happen on some other server for the development part. At production, obviously Angular is just front end, so you can just merge your API server with Angular front end and you would be good to go. But for development, what we want is we need to proxy our requests from Angular server to our remote server, right? So how do we do that? Well, first of all, what I'm going to do is change this from localhost 1234 to something like API and then file.php. Let's just say something like that. Now what we are going to do is just take a quick look here that Angular runs on port 4200, makes an API call direct to API server. This is 1234, right? Now what happens is that after proxifying this connection, we would make API call to /API/ something, and this would actually Webpack would handle, dev server would handle this, and it would proxy this request to our remote server. So behind the scenes, what happens is that we are actually making requests to this server only, but on the front end part, so the browsers are happy, we are actually making requests to the same domain. So that's how it pretty much works. So to actually set this up, what we need to do is actually create inside our, and actually I have already done that, I guess, package.json. You can see that we need to set up this start script to ngserve proxy config and your proxy config.json file. And we need to create this proxy config.json file here. So I'm just going to create a proxy config.js. Nope, should be proxy config.json, just like that. And now this would be a JSON object, and let's just say I want my API endpoints to be proxified to, say, target is localhost 1234, and there are a bunch of properties. You can search them on internet, like for example it's not secure, and then you have there's also one change origin true, and you can just set your log level as well and all that stuff. So once you do that, what we have now is inside terminal, if I write npm start, hit enter, and you can see that my local server is actually up. So what we have here is that it runs from our proxy config file, and it's just building the project for us. Now if we reload this, we can see that we get a 404 on our 4200 call of API file.php. Now this is because whatever you write inside your proxy config right here, this would be appended to your target URL. So as a quick fix, what we can do is inside text test directory, we can create a folder API in which we can place this file. Now what we have is, if we reload this, you can see that we get our data. Now what's happening here exactly is that we are requesting to localhost 4200 API file.php, which is the same domain. When Webpack sees that we have something like API and then something in front of it, it proxies this request to this target which we have by appending API and whatever there was in front of it to this URL. It gets the response back and it sends back to us. So this is how pretty much we are going to proxify some requests like these. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this tutorial, I guess. And once we have our proxy set up, now we can create all our PHP files in here and just request them via this API endpoint, and we should be good to go. Alright, so in this video, we're going to take a look at what routing is, why you would need routing really quick, and implementing routing finally from scratch. So what is routing? Displaying different content on different pages is routing. You can split up your content on different pages. For example, if you want to show some things for authenticated people and some things to unauthenticated people, you can do that with routing. You can do a lot of other stuff. For example, if your website contains a lot of stuff, then you can split that stuff. You know about pagination, right? If you have ever read any blogs which has a lot of posts, then they show these numbers. So that can be performed with routing. That is one example of routing. Routing is everywhere on the internet. So let's just implement this router module really quick. So to implement this, what we have is that let's just create two components really quick. So we would create two components here, and let's just create a component ngGC, a shortcut to create a component, and let's just say this is my home. So I have a home component ready with me in a few seconds, and there we are. And I would need another component that would be ngGC data. Right, so we have our home component and we have our data component. Now what I want is that our application starts from app component, it bootstraps from app component. What I want is I want to import something known as router module from Angular router. There we are. And now what I want to do is, since it's a module, remember module goes into imports, so I want to do an import of router module. But with this import, I want to define how my routes should look like. So I'm going to say for route, and you can see the definition here. It accepts the first parameter as an array of routes. So you can just import this route array as well to add TypeScript validation and all that stuff. But as I talked about that in the first video, that is not really necessary for smaller applications, right? So we can just safely omit that. Okay, so in this array of routes, what we have is a property in this object of path and a property of component. Now what you need to remember while writing these objects is that these paths, the more generic the paths which are which can be matched to a lot of URLs, should be placed way too lower than the ones which are exact. For example, let me show you. This path of blank would match pretty much anything, not very anything, I believe, but it matches a lot of stuff, right? So I'm going to show you that. Just wait a minute. Let's just say component is, this is home component. So yeah, what I was talking about was that suppose that your application has localhost slash path1 slash path2, then your application also handles localhost slash path1. So if you placed this in a higher priority to this, then what would happen is that when user visits this path, the component for this would render, because Angular's router runs on a first serve strategy. So as you know, the elements in an array are preserved. So it starts looking from the first element. It keeps looking unless it found a match. Once it founds a path match, it would render that component into an HTML tag known as a router outlet. Now let me just clarify that for you really quick. Let me just write one more rule here and we'll see what I'm talking about here. So I'm going to write a path of data, and the component that should render when that happens is data component, and we have everything in place because of Angular CLI. So there we go. Now what's happening here, and before I tell you, one last thing. Inside app component.html, there we have router outlet as the tag. All right. Now one final thing is that inside our data component, actually I guess I believe I removed the HTML here. Let me just control Z a little and we should be able to get HTML back. All right, so here goes my HTML for data component and router outlet. We're back, and what we need to do is one last thing, is we need to get this thing as well. So inside my ng on init, this is my service. Then what we have is we have injected the service, and then finally we will just make it available through our component by injecting it, and obviously we just need a records array here, and this would be one path down. All right, we are good to go. Okay, so let me just quickly go over through what we have done so far. Stay with me. We imported the router module. We imported that into our app through the imports array. We defined our routes for this application. So this path data, what this means is localhost 4200/data. Whenever that hits, it would render the component we specify into something known as this router outlet tag, right? So this router outlet would display components which this router module tells it to, right? So once it's data, it matches, it finds component, it stops. If this is not data, we go further down in the array, we find a blank path, which is our home page, and we get our home component here. All right, so we need to do a couple of things more to this home component as well, and that is homeworks. And we can write a router link, which is just Angular's way of telling that this is not an external link, this is a special link which should not be reloaded. And I'm going to say go to data page. All right, so that was quite some work, and now we are ready for showtime. You can see that we get homeworks and go to data page link. When I click on this, you can see that our data gets loaded. Now, if we see this one more time, what you would observe is that at this point in our application, the file.php file is not loaded. Now, the reason file.php is not loaded, obviously, because Angular is not loading all of your components at once inside this router module. So when I go to this data page, you can see that this file.php file was loaded. So you can see that we can display our data, and if I go to data directly, then also this thing works. Now, because under the hood Webpack development server just transfers all the requests to Angular script, but that will not happen obviously when you deploy it in a production app. There are different ways to do that. We'll come to that very later on when we are pushing this application to actual servers. So anyways, that was a very basic route setup, and what we can do is that whatever you write here, I hope you get my point, this will always display, because this is independent of router outlet, right? So it's always going to display. Now you can see that this will always display. Now the reason for that is because, again, as I told you, that this is not a part of your router router outlet, so this will always display. We can just add a backlink to this so that it makes kind of more sense. So what we can do is, instead of ahref, we're gonna say a router link, go back, hit save, reload, go to data page, go back, go to data page, go back. Now you can see that Angular is not caching these requests, right? So this is actually good and should be the default feature, because your data might change in between, so Angular does not want to show old data to users. So go back, go to data page, and that's how it works. So yeah, that was pretty much it, how basic routing works, how you basically even create routing and get stuff from a local server in our case. We're going to take a look in this mini series. We're going to see how to create a login app, which consists of app components. Obviously we need them. Backend validation a little bit with PHP for the time being, but you can switch it to Node or whatever you want. Then routing with Angular, and how to actually protect your routes. So we're going to span this over some tutorials. I'm not sure how many, but there would be some. So starting with the app components, what we need is a login component and admin component for the time being, right? And if you're coming to this series and you have no idea about my previous tutorials, what you need to do first is you need to actually set up something known as a proxy forwarding for your API calls to the backend. To do that, what you need to do is just go to your package.json file. Inside your scripts, modify this start by writing ngserve proxyconfig.json. Then create a proxyconfig.json file here and write this thing. And what this essentially do is that it would forward all of your API request to this another server, which is your remote server for the time being for development for your API calls. For example, I can send my validation information to this /API/validate, and this would be a post request, and in the body it consists of username and password, and actually Angular would forward it to this server. So what advantage does it give us? Well, it just gets rid of that CORS policy which browsers have. So that's for that. And now if we take a look, let's just create some components here. So I'm going to start off with let's just say we need to create login and admin component. So we're going to say ng generate component, and let's just say this is login component. Hit enter. And ng generate component admin component. Hit enter. All right. Now what we can see is our login component is here, and for the time being our app component, what we can do is say ahref or a router link as or rather what we can do else is just create ng generate component as home. Very nice. So what we have now is that what I can say is inside my app component, I'm going to say router outlet. This gives us access to routing in Angular. And inside my app module, if we see, we have these modules already added. We have imported the router module. Let's just import it inside our imports for root. And what I'm going to do is provide an array of routes. The path would be blank. The component would be home component. There we have. Then for the second route, what I'm going to do is the path would be login, and the component would be a login component. And for the time being, we're just keeping the route unprotected. Admin, the component would be admin component. There we have it. And we can just move this a little down so that it's, just easy on eyes. And there we have it, right? We also need to create a service for the backend stuff. So I'm going to say ng generate service, and I'm going to write the service as auth, or let's just say not auth, or maybe, yeah, auth should be good. All right, let's just go with that. So here what we are doing is that we are generating this auth service, and there we have it, auth.service.ts. Here we have it, and we're going to implement a method like get user details, and we're just going to post these details to HTTP server, or API server rather, and return user info if correct. Alright, we will do that later. For now, what we have is login shows login component, and inside our login component we can create a quick little form. Form should be nothing. I'm gonna say input type text, and this should be placeholder username, input type password, placeholder password, and form. So to handle form submission, what we're gonna do is write submit, and let's just say form or login user, something like this. And we can just pass in the event object here, and right here what we can do is on our login.component.file we can say login user event. We can just pretty much console log the event for now, and there we have it. Alright, we just need to set up our routing here correctly. I mean, if we go to, we already have, but we don't have any links, right? So I'm just gonna go to home component right here. We should see homeworks, yep. And I'm gonna say a router link, login, and we're just gonna say a router link as admin. Go to admin just for testing purpose. After we have finished with the app, clicking on this link should redirect us to this one if we are not logged in, and should show admin content if we are. So let's just reload, go to login, we see our form. Alright, so now we are on login. What we need is a button to actually submit the form. Input type text, input type submit, value submit. Hit save, wait for it to reload, and meanwhile I'm just gonna fire up my console. So if we go to console and hit submit, you can see that we just got a console statement here, but it did not prevent the default behavior of page reloading. So let's just prevent that by actually going here and saying event.prevent default, just like that. Hit reload and hit submit. You can see that we get our event console logged properly, and there we are. Alright, so now we have prepared a form which looks like this. We have prepared the admin page, not really, top secret. We have prepared the admin page. The basic structure for the form for the login page is working, but we are missing the authentication part and the admin, obviously the backend server part. we're gonna cover some backend part and create some validation so that we can send the data across the servers. So if you take a look at our site, what we have right now is that we can just go to this login page and we can just go to this admin page and everything is open right now. So what we can do is that we can program to get this text out of when we click on the submit button and then send it to the server. All right, so now to do that we go to login component, and right here we have this login user event. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say my target element is event.target, right? And then apparently we can say that inside my login.component HTML I can provide this an ID of username and ID of password, and since we are passing the ngForm submit event of login user and we're passing this as event as the object, so we get the event of this form submission. So we have our ID as username and this one has ID as password, so we can do constant username is target dot get element by ID, and this would be username, and the password would be this thing, right? So now if we just console log our username and password here and see in the browser. All right, so now if we just go to inspector, go to console, we have nothing for now. If I enter like 1 2 3 4 5 and 1 2 3 4 5, hit submit. Okay, we get target dot get element by ID is not a function. Let me just see dot get element. Okay, just a minute. Get element. Okay, I think we cannot just go about that, so let's just go with the query selector right here and we should be fine. There we are, and we obviously want the value here. There we go. Now if I enter 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3, hit submit, we have not seen the updated changes here. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3, hit submit. You can see that we get username and password logged in perfectly. Now what I want is that I want to inject the service which we have already done, auth service right here. So inside our auth service right here, what we want is we want to call this user details function. So I'm going to say something like get auth this dot auth dot get user details, and I'm going to pass in the username and password right here, and we're going to do something with this. So right here what I'm going to do is I'm going to import HTTP client module to perform an AJAX request from Angular common HTTP. There we are. Now I'm just going to inject this privately. HTTP is HTTP client module, just like that. And now what I'm going to say is return this dot http dot post. Now this would be our URL, which in our case is API slash what we have in here is auth.php, and the data we want to send is username and password, and what we're seeing here is, or actually this should be just HTTP client, right? There we are. Okay, so now we are sending the username and password and we want to subscribe to this. Now this is the RxJS implementation. We're going to come to that later on in the series, but right now let's just assume that subscription. What this subscribe means is that you are subscribing to this async pipeline flow. So whenever some event occurs, this subscription method would be called, and in our case is that the data when the data would be returned. So I'm just going to console log data right here and see is what we got from the server. All right, and if we take a look inside auth.php, you can see that we have this code right here which says that if is set post and post is not empty, then I want to get username as post username. I want to get password as post password. If username is admin and password is also admin, then I want to display this JSON record. If elsewise, I'm going to display invalid credentials. And if this request is not post or post request is empty, I'm going to just say that only post request access is accepted. All right, makes sense. Now if I go to this and write 123 right here, hit submit, we get 504 gateway timeout right here. Okay, okay, we are getting some error proxying to the server right here. So if we just say phps localhost 1234 1234 right here. Okay, so now you can just visit 1234 here and it just works. API.php also works, so that should not be a problem really. But we get 504 gateway timeout. So if we see what's happening here, okay, so now if we go to like API, we get error occurred while trying to proxy to. Okay, so it looks like that we have some problem with our PHP server. So let's just create that again. So I'm gonna say phps localhost, or we can just go with that, and 1234 this is. Now there we are. And now if we reload this, and actually we can just where is it, our Angular project, it's up. And if we submit this, we can see that our network tabs looks like something like, okay, so we are getting only post access accepted, but we are indeed sending a post request here. So if it's set post added post is not empty, what we can do here is pretty much just war dump post variable to see what it contains. So if we submit this again, we get nothing out of it. Alright, to quickly fix this, what we're gonna do is just redefine our post here so that PHP can accept the JSON stuff here as well. So I'm just gonna get file get contents here, and then we're gonna read from PHP input stream, and what we're gonna do is pretty much that is it. This should make it work, and this is just the backend part, so it really depends on your implementation again. So now if we take a look here in the browser, hit submit, you should see that we get invalid credentials, which is true. Now if I write something like admin and hit submit, we get this is the secret no one knows but the admin. All right, so now what we can do is go back to our login component right here, and I'm just gonna say dot subscribe data. I'm gonna say if data dot success, then we're gonna redirect the person to admin, else we're just gonna alert invalid, or rather we can just make use of data dot what we have message. There we go. All right, so okay, what we're gonna do here is finally we're just gonna return just this thing. So now we can see that we get this thing. Okay, so now if we take a look, reload one more time here and enter admin and admin, hit submit, we see we get nothing because we are the admin, obviously. So if I write this as admin1 and hit submit, you can see we get invalid credentials as the option. So that is how pretty much would work with login application in this tutorial. Now in the next one, we're going to cover about routing and making this form a little bit beautiful because it looks ugly. What we have for route protection is something known as route guards in Angular 6. So in Angular basically. So what route guards do is that whenever a user tries to access a route, a specific route, these route guards would first of all check whether the user meets certain criteria to actually see that particular route. If it does, then they allow. If it does not, then they restrict, stop, redirect, show error, or whatever you want to do. So basically, you can think of it a user as a person which is walking through a gate. Now, this gate, once we add a route guard, has a guard on it. So the guard would verify everything from the user who's walking in. And if the guard is happy, then the guard would open the doors and the user can access the other side. That is the route in our case. And if it does not, then the guard can pretty much beat the user up or redirect him anywhere. So yeah, all right. So what we have here is that there are four type of guards that you can use, and that are can activate child, can deactivate, and resolve. So what can activate do is that it would check whether the user is eligible to actually see a route. So in this case, what happens is that when you specify a guard inside can activate route guard, what would happen is that Angular will load that component, would check whether the user can see that route or not. For example, depending upon a variable is true or false. If it is true, then the Angular would proceed further and show the route to the user. If it is false, then you can pretty much handle what happens. Can activate child is different from can activate in the sense that let's just say you are protecting, you can protect actually just slash admin, and it would be kind of hard for me to write like this, but let's just see if I can figure this out. Slash admin, right? But this can activate child would protect admin. Okay, so we'll close admin and anything which is here. So don't mind my great writing. So what can activate do is that if you specify this on admin, then it would protect all the child routes as well. Whereas can activate specifically protects only one route. Can deactivate is actually used for let's just say if you know that one route can be used again by the user really quick, so you do not want to deactivate that route's components. Pretty much you can return false and can deactivate to keep that route working. Then resolve is basically used to resolve some data before the user actually sees the route, so you can pretty much use it to get some data from the API server. And then can load, what it does is that can activate actually loads the module and then loads the component and then checks if the user is eligible. Can load would lazily check it first. So can load would not open the doors first. It would do inquiry from the user if the user is eligible to see that particular route, and then it would allow the user to actually see the route. But can activate on the other hand would pretty much just load the component and then check. If true, then component is already ready for user to see. If false, then just go to hell or whatever. Okay, so here we are. So let's just see this in action. So right here, what we need to do is create a guard. Alright, so what we're gonna do is create an auth guard. So I'm gonna say ng generate guard and auth. So we're just writing auth because auth, the guard thing, would automatically be appended to that. So you can see that we get two files created, authguard.ts and authguard.spec. We are interested in this authguard.ts, and you can see that we have pretty much a boilerplate kind of thing set up for us, and you can see that we are returning true here, which means that whenever I add this guard, this particular guard, to any route, then that route would always be accessible. So what I can do is just go to my app module here, and we can just import this guard. So I'm going to say import auth guard from auth.guard, like here, and then what we're going to do is pretty much right here we're going to say that can it activate, for example, if I just write it at admin, can activate, and then I'm going to specify this auth guard right here. Alright, so now if we take a look here in the browser, what we have, so if we take a look in the browser, and if I go to like /admin here, okay, we get an error, inject error, and that is because we have not injected this inside our providers here. Let's reload and go to admin here, and you can see that we can pretty much access it straight away. Now let's just try out and return false from this thing. Where is it? Auth.service, auth.guard. I guess I closed it. So if I return false from here, and now if we take a look in the browser, you can see that we were not able to go to this admin route right here. It simply just doesn't work. Alright, so what we can do right here is that we can pretty much create a constructor. We can say private our auth service is or let's just name it auth as auth service. Now we can just get it imported just like this. So now what we can say is return this dot auth dot is logged in, something like that. And now inside our auth service right here, what I'm going to do is create a get method. And what this does is that it acts as a property name. But it is a function, but it acts as a property name, right? So I'm not accessing it like this. I'm just accessing it like another property. But we can, before returning the value of the property, we can do some calculation and manipulate it. So that would be cool, right? So what I can do, I can say something like, let's just say, if I have something like private logged in, or actually we do not really need that get properly, right? So because we can just set it just like, or we can just make it public instead of private, because we're gonna make use of this inside our login component. If data.success is true, then what I want is redirect the person to the admin URL. We can just do that from our router thing. So to do that, what we're going to do is to say this.router.navigate, and then we're just going to specify admin here. We just need to inject the router thing as well. And what we can do is we can just import router from Angular router itself. We do not need something like that. So that should be good. And then what we have is okay, so we have some warnings here, not really errors. So what we can do really quick is just go to our, where's it, service file, app.auth.service, and what we can do is create an interface here, and let's just name it my data for the time being. Success is a boolean and message is a string, which we are using right now. So we can just specify this thing and we should be good to go here. There we are. So the warning's gone and we are navigating to admin once that happens. Now once that happens, what I also want is I just want to say that this dot what we have auth dot logged set logged in as true, something like that. So then we can go to our auth.service file and create a function here, set logged in, and value is a boolean. You don't need to specify that, but anyways, so now we can make it private and we can just say this dot logged in status is value, something like that. And then what we can do is get logged in is logged in. So we actually needed that anyway, so I'm just gonna return this dot logged in status, just like that. Alright, with that being done, what we have is this thing in place, and yep, so let's just take a look in the browser and see how this looks like. So now if I go to admin directly, you can see that it doesn't work. But now if I go to login, I log in via admin, hit submit, you can see that it works just fine. Now obviously Angular is not pretty much storing everything, so this is not a reliable solution. You might just want to use cookie-based authentication anyway with the servers. So that was a quick tutorial on how to protect routes with your Angular code only. Obviously this is insecure as hell as well, because you're just doing all the route protection on front end, and anyone with enough debugging skills would be able to get all the hidden content you have, because that is anyway rendered on your system only. So what we can do instead, one more thing, is that you can actually specify multiple routes here. So if one route fails, then other routes won't be checked, but if one route returns true, then other routes will be checked. So it's kind of can activate this kind of condition like auth guard returns true and then some other route guard returns true and then something like. So if one fails, one returns false in this chain, the expression further won't be evaluated, but otherwise every route guard would be fired, right? So this is how basically you would use can activate in your application to pretty much restrict access to routes. And in the next tutorial we're going to actually see how to make it really useful as a production app, because it's just useless that you're just protecting a route which is anyway visible on the front end when you deploy this code in the production. What we're going to essentially do is get the data from backend. Now what we're doing right now is that we are just hard coding the data which would be visible to the user once the user authenticates. That is not of much use, because once you export your application to production, whatever data you have by your routes protected or whatever you have implemented in Angular itself only, that is useless because Angular runs on front end, so anyone can reverse engineer and see what data you are hiding. So what you essentially need anyway is sessions and cookies and all that stuff, all that traditional stuff with your Angular front end. So let's just see how we can quickly implement that in a very simple application. Let me just zoom in a little here, and you can see that this code is from our previous tutorial. Now what I want to do is, once the username and password matches the admin, what I want to do is I just want to set a session variable here, and I'm going to just say session user is admin. So what it would do is that it would start a session for that particular person. Alright, now we have set the user to admin. What I want to do next is just create another file in here, which will be database.php. And right here, now obviously your backend would vary from language to language, but this is a very simple example with PHP. I'm just gonna start my session again. I'm gonna say user is session and user, right? Typically your code would look like something like, now it would query this user from the database after sanitizing this and checking for if it is blank or not and all that stuff. So it would look like something like select records from user table where user is equal, username is equal to your sanitized username, something like this, and you will just get this data and throw it back to the client. But here what we're gonna do is pretty much just hard code the data which would be coming from the server. I'm just gonna say if user is admin, then I'm gonna say just like echo, I can just say something like message, this is a secret message only for administrator, and we can just also say success is true, just like that. And right here, there we go. So what we have here is, yep. Okay, so now we'll just echo out otherwise message who the F are you, and the second object could be success as false. Alright, so now with our database being ready, what we just want to do is go to client and start inspecting. Inside network tab, if we can just make it a little bigger, if I click on login, I go admin, hit submit, you can see that we get top secret, and if I just go to it all, you can see that we get, this is the secret no one knows but the admin, this is from auth.php, but what we want is we want to query this database.php file. But if you see that inside headers we get the set cookie header, which means that the PHP will now recognize this guy whenever I send a request to this PHP thing. So what I want to do now is go to my admin component here, and admin component right there. I'm just gonna say message, right? So I'm just gonna say inside here message is equal to loading, right? And inside my ng on init, I'm gonna create another service. So let's just create another service, ng generate service and user service, right? So this would contain all the methods associated with once the user is logged in. So how do we want to communicate with the backend and all that stuff? So here we have our user service in place. And what I want to do is again inject my HTTP client right here. Now we can access this. So I'm just going to say get some data here, and I'm just gonna return this .http.get, and this would be API database.php, right? And that is pretty much it. I just want to specify the data, my data type interface here. So what we can do is just create an interface, my data here, which would contain the stuff like we have message and success only. So there we have message as string and success as boolean. All right, so now we are just returning this RxJS object observable to which we can subscribe. So what I want to do is inject this service. First of all, let's just inject this service in our app module. So what we want to do is just say auth service user service from user.service. There we are. We have user service here. And now what I want to do is just inside my admin component, I just want to check this user service, and we are all good to rock and roll. So I'm going to say this .user.get some data .subscribe data. I'm going to update this .message is data.message. All right, so there we are. And if I just see, everything makes sense. Yep, so we can see that cannot resolve Angular common. Okay, so it's just up to this. And what we have here is that if we just go to localhost, okay, yeah, so we need two messages here, two curly braces, message, there we are. And now if I just go to login, admin, hit submit, this is a secret message only for administrator, right? And you can see that we queried database.php and it returned this is a secret message only for administrator. Now let's just for time being enable login for everybody. So what I'm gonna do is just inside my auth.php, I'm just gonna say something like this, and otherwise I just want session, or yeah, anyways the session is already started, so we do not need to make changes here. What we can do instead is pretty much just say something like if I just kind of clear my cookies here and reload the admin, you can see that we get nothing. Now the reason for that is that Angular also cleared its state here, but let's just say somehow the user actually got to /admin without Angular being node. So user actually bypassed the auth card. So what we can do in here, first of all, is that we can just return always true. This is what a nasty user would try to do. It would try to change the guard information to true. So what user can do now is just log in with any details, hit submit. It says invalid credentials. Okay, because we are having some validation somewhere else as well. And where is it? Our auth.service. Okay, where are we actually alerting this thing? I believe it was in my login component. Yep. So let's just say it is something like this, right? And now the user can log in with any credentials. Okay, and you can see that the user was able to get to admin, but it was not able to get our admin secret data, because the database.json at the backend cannot verify that this is the admin. This is because we have created a session. This auth.php call created a session called right here. You can see response headers has nothing, because no cookie, because request already had one. So you can see that pretty much this is the way to implement sessions with your Angular application. And what we can do is one more thing. We can actually redirect the user to the home page if return this dot auth dot is logged in, right? So what we can do is just say if this dot auth dot is logged in is false, that means the user is not logged in. I just want to say this dot router dot navigate to home page, or to login rather, and we can just import the router and we just need it till here, and there we go. So now you can see that /admin redirects us to /login if we are not logged in, right? And if I hit enter admin and admin, hit submit, it shows me this is a secret message only for administrator, and our this /admin redirects to /login because when I reload, Angular loses its state of is logged in. Otherwise, we are actually technically still logged in because the cookies here still exist, you can see. So that's all for this one, and in the next tutorial we're going to see how to persist this thing on Angular as well. Okay, so the challenge is to keep the session alive, and we have to do that on the Angular front end, because on the back end we are already sending and receiving cookies perfectly fine, but the Angular also needs to know that the user is actually logged in. So there are about two ways to go for this. The first one is that to keep the storage persistent, we can make use of local storage. Another one is that whenever your application reloads, Angular can hit up a server with obviously the cookies associated with it, because that's not what Angular is controlling. So the cookies would anyways be sent to this remote server. Then the server can verify that whether this person is logged in or not, and then Angular can know. So we're going to take a look at both of these approaches. So let's get started. With local storage, what we want to do is go right here inside our auth.service, and right here when we say set logged in, is this dot login status is value, and what I want to do is local storage dot set item logged in and true, right? So here I'm going to say local storage dot get item logged in or false, and I'm just going to json dot parse this thing, json dot parse. There we are, right? So we have our login status from local storage now, and local storage dot set item logged in true. Makes sense, makes sense. All right, now what we can do is right here we can actually just send this thing, or what we want to do is this dot logged in status dot toString. Now the reason for that is because we are JSON parsing that, so we just need to have a string value, otherwise the JSON will fail. Because we can just do a quick check here as well inside our console. If we write json dot parse of false, it gives us false, but json dot parse of seriously false also gives us false. So yeah, that should not be a problem, but it usually is a problem with arrays. So yeah, that would work anyways. So yeah, we can just remove this.
and this. Okay, so yeah, we can just keep this here because TypeScript is complaining, and we can just keep this here as well. Anyways, it does not matter because JSON.parse would take care of that. So what we have in here is that now if I just clear my cookies in here, delete, and if I log in now, admin, hit submit, you can see that this is a secret message only for administrator. And if we examine our local storage, we get logged in as true and length of 1. Now if I reload this page, you can see that we got a loading message, and this secret message is only for administrator. So now our session is persistent. Now the thing is that if I delete my cookie, what happens, or let's just say my cookie expired, what happens that according to Angular, I'm still logged in, but on server I'm not. So we get when we access /admin, Angular allows that because Angular basically thinks that I am logged in, but the server does not know that. So we get the message, who the F are you? Okay, amazing. Everything's working fine. Now at this point, what you want to do is just remove your local storage thing as well. So what we can do in here is once we get this thing auth dot user dot service, oh, not right here, maybe inside our admin component file, if we get if data dot success is false, then I just want to remove the local storage dot clear item logged in, something like this, logged in or logged in status, logged in, yeah. So now if you reload, you can see that we would get the message, who the F are you? But the next time, local storage dot clear, or it should be local storage dot remove item, just like this. Now we should get this message for the first run, but from the subsequent runs, it should just redirect us to the login page. As you can see, right? Because at the first run, it has that local storage information, but from the second run, it does not. So it's just the auth card kicks in and redirects us to the login form. All right, this was our local storage approach. Now let's just take a look at the remote server access. So what we're gonna do here is that we're gonna remotely access, we're gonna send a request to the server every time we are trying to access a protected route. And if that's true, then we're gonna proceed. And if it's not, then, well, we're just gonna shut the system down. So we're gonna go to auth.guard, and right here, I'm just gonna say that I'm just gonna switch back to my default stuff here. I'm just gonna say false in here, and I'm just gonna say this dot logged in status. I'm just gonna get rid of that as well. Now the thing is that if this is true, then we seriously know that the user is logged in, because Angular's application is not refreshed and this is false by default. So if logged in status is true, that means we are actually logged in to the application. If it is false, then we're not sure that we are logged in or not. It might be that we are not logged in, or it might be that the user has refreshed the page, but the user is still logged in. So we gotta check at false. We are sure if it's true, then yep, we are logged in. Otherwise, we might be logged in and we might not be. So inside our auth.guard, instead of this thing right here, we might be logged in, right? So what I'm gonna do is send another request to the server to verify whether we are logged in or not. Okay, so in this case, what we want is that we want to return a Boolean value from the scan activate. But instead, I'm just going to check if this.auth.is logged in. If that is true, then I'm just going to return true. Otherwise, I will check from the server if I'm logged in or not. So I'm just going to say return this dot let's just say our login service right here, user dot is logged in, and then I'm just going to say that we just map over the HTTP request we performed. I'm just going to get a response, and let me just first of all create this user service right here. We can just split that on lines. So private user is user service, like that, and there we are. So is logged in on user service would return us this .http dot now let's just say we just do a get request of /API/ is logged in .php, right? And yep, and we can just create an interface for this one as well, is logged in, and I'm just gonna say message is, or just gonna say status as Boolean. So I'm just gonna implement this is logged in interface right here, and yep, so what we're gonna do is right here inside our auth.guard, I'm just gonna say, okay, so it says property map does not exist on type observable. Okay, to fix this thing, what we're gonna do is we're gonna surround this around pipe, and the reason for this is because from Angular 5 onwards, it uses pipes to use operators. I'm just gonna import map in here, and don't worry about this if you do not understand RxJS. It's completely different thing. Just remember that this is kind of a thing to work with asynchronous stuff. So we're gonna take a look at RxJS later on in this series, but for now, let's just stick to what we are doing. So I'm just gonna import map from the operators, and that is from RxJS /operators from, there we go. So now if we see type observable is not assignable to type Boolean, observable Boolean, or promise Boolean, type observable, and we can just return a type of Boolean here, observable of Boolean, and if we just save this thing, let's just see if we can just do if, or we can just say return rest.status here, rest dot what we have status, right? So observable is logged in, something like this, and inside our auth.guard we're just returning rest.status. Okay, so let's just take a minute out of here and see what happened. In our can activate guard, I'm saying that if this variable is true, then we are 100% sure we are logged in, because the Angular application is not refreshed, and yep, that is it pretty much. So we have manually set this whenever the user logs in. If this is false, then we are not sure that if the user is logged out, or if the user has just refreshed the page. So if that is false, we're gonna hit a request to this thing, API is logged in /API/ is logged in.php. We can just create this file as well really quick, and what goes in this file is, I'm just gonna start a session in here, and I'm just gonna say if session session user is let's just say is not empty, or is set rather, then what I want to do is just echo status is true, and else echo status as false, just like that, right? So what we are doing here is that if we are logged in, then we are returning true. If we are not, then we are checking if we are actually logged in, and if we are, then this would be true. So can activate would return true, otherwise it would return false, which would block our navigation. So we can actually just enhance this a little. We can say if rest status is true, I just want to set this .auth.set logged in as true and return true, else I just want to say return false first of all, and I'm just gonna say this .router.navigate to login. There we are. So now if we take a look in the browser, let's just clear all our cookies in here, and let's just log in with admin. Submit. You can see that we get the secret message only for admin. Now if I reload this page, what happens is that we first of all, inside this route, we check from the flow can activate if this .auth is logged in is true. Actually this is false. I can also show you this thing. So now if we reload this thing, you can see that right here inside our debugger, this .auth.is logged in is actually false. So it skips this part, it hits a request to the server, and we can actually see that request inside our networks tab. This is logged in.php. The server returns status as true because we are indeed logged in, as we are sending this cookie to the server. So the server recognizes us and logs us in. And yeah, the rest is just the same. We then hit the database call and we just get the database response. So yeah, that is pretty much it for this tutorial. And in the next final tutorial for this mini login series, we're gonna enhance the looks plus create a logout functionality as well for our application. So what's left? Well, the UI and the logout part mostly as the final things which we need to have at least. So let's just start with the UI, and I'm just gonna speed this up really quick because now it's not really a part of Angular. I hope you know about HTML and CSS. So that's essentially what we're gonna do here. So let's get into it. Alright, so with the UI being done, what we want to do now is pretty much just create the logout functionality, right? So what I want to do is pretty much go to my administrator area right here, and just in front of it, I'm just gonna say a router link / logout, and I'm just gonna say logout and give it a class of button. And we're just gonna copy this button from our login component, not login, but the home. There we are inside our admin. So now if we just go to admin, we would be able to see this logout button. So let's just make it work. What we want to do is go to our app module, and right here just gonna say one more thing, that the path should be logout, component should be logout component. Let's just create this component, ng generate or ng gc logout, and this would do our work. So logout component, there we are, right? And yep, let's just close this file, don't save, go to app modules again. Let's just add another thing, which would be path logout, component is logout component, there we are. And inside our logout component, logout component, we can just say logging you out, and right here inside our TypeScript file, we're just gonna say here this dot user dot logout dot subscribe data, and then we're just gonna say if data dot success is true, then just navigate this guy to this dot router dot navigate to home, right? So let's just inject these two guys really quick, private user service, and private router is router, and we can just get rid of this thing. Let's just create this on user service really quick, get some data is logged in, logout, and we're going to just return this .http get, let's just keep it like that, /API /logout.php, and this should return us logout status. We can just create this interface logout status as success is boolean, right? And once that is done, what I want is else just alert some problem we don't know about. So I'm just gonna really quickly create my logout.php file here, logout.php, and I'm just gonna say session start. I'm gonna just say I believe it was session destroy here, but before that we can just unset the session variable as well. Session, I actually forgot about how to work with sessions in PHP the good way, but I think that should do our job. So yep, one more thing inside here, where we are, where is it, auth.php, no, logout.php. I'm just gonna finally just say what I'm gonna say is success is true, and yep, that's pretty much it. So we can just get rid of this debugger call. Where is it, in which file? The guard file. There we are. Let's just get rid of this. So now if we just go to /admin, we have a secret message for administrator only. I log out, I go to admin, we get who the F are you. Okay, so when we log out, actually we just want to update the service as well. So I'm just gonna say this dot user dot set or this dot auth dot we just need to inject that as well, private auth service, this dot auth dot set logged in status to false. So now you can see that if I reload this thing, and if I just log in, write admin here, hit submit, we get a secret message for administrator only. I click on logout, we log out, we go to admin, we cannot because we need to log in first. I enter wrong credentials, hit submit, we get invalid credentials. Everything's working just like that. We get a secret message for administrator, we can log out, and obviously the session also persists, so I can just reload the page and it would still work just like a charm. So that is how pretty much you would create a very basic login application with Angular frontend and PHP backend. The backend part is simple. You just need to create some sessions there depending upon the language you're using at backend. But this is essentially the core of creating a login application with Angular.
In this part, what we're going to do is we're going to create something which allows other users to register on your Angular application as well. And obviously for that, you need to have a front end which the users can use to register. Validation, you don't want username admin to be registered by anyone in the world. Then you need backend as well, obviously, which involves registering user, communicating with the database, and doing all that sensitive stuff. And obviously you want to show user, when the user logs in, you want to show him or her some fields which they can set accordingly. Basically it depends upon what your app is. So let's see how we can create something like that. So for the front end part, if we take a look, you can see that we already have this thing till now. So what we can do is we can modify this thing a little to make it more generic, and instead of login we can make this register, and we can say just register. And we can also do something like, instead of admin we can create a dashboard thing, right? So the admin would pretty much still be the admin but would see stuff at dashboard. So now we have to create a register route. So what we can do is go to our, where's it? Let's just close this a little. App.module file, right? And instead of admin, what we can do is name this dashboard, and or rather let's just keep it admin only. I'm just gonna create another, and what we can do is here specify dashboard, and actually we can make use of another property which is path match, but yeah, we'll just make use of that later on. So this would be dashboard component, right? And if we can just create this component right away, ng generate component dashboard, and this would just do that for us, right? And there we are. So now we have the dashboard component, and what we have here is that we have a registration button as well. So what we want is actually allow users to register. So we're going to create another route here, which would be our register route, and the component would say register component. Now we can create this component as well. And there we go. So we have register component in place and dashboard component as well. So inside our register component, what we're gonna do is from our login component right here, we have pretty much similar structure. So inside my registration, if I can just close all of these things, inside my registration I can just pretty much paste the same thing, and I can say register user, the summit of event, and right here we can say username, password, and we can just create another field right here which just says confirm password, see password, right? And yep, that should do. For the component file, this would be also similar to what we have inside our login stuff. So we're just going to create this method, copy this. Actually, this would be register user, event.prevent default. Target is this. We have the username, password, and C password is query selector C password dot value. And then what we're going to do, first of all, a basic check. If password is not equal to C password, then we can just create errors as an array here. And we can just pretty much say errors dot push passwords do not match. And later on, when we do more validation here, like querying if the username is available or not and all that stuff, so we can just say here that if errors.length is greater than 0, then only we want to proceed to register this user. Otherwise, obviously, that's a fail. So what we have here, if errors.length is actually greater than 0, then for the user service is just for the people who are logged in, right? So you're not going to access it right here. So we can access the auth service here, and we can say what we have here, get user details. We are using get user details to send this request. We're gonna create a lot of changes here to make it a little bit understandable. Also, I'm gonna shift the PHP backend to Node now for this application onwards. So we're gonna see Node and MongoDB for the database. So I'm just gonna create a register user with the username and password and confirm password as well, because we're gonna need to validate the same stuff on the back end as well. Front end can be bypassed by anyone. So what we're gonna do is say return this.http.post, and then this will return something. I'm gonna post this to, let's just say API/register user, or just register, and then the data which I'm gonna pass is username, password, confirm password. Well, if you're actually creating a actual registration form or something, you would like to have implemented a CAPTCHA system as well, which prevents fraud registrations and all that stuff. But I'm just gonna keep it simple this time and make it just username, password, and confirm password only. All right, so with that being done, what we have is that we are registering this user by calling this thing. And remember, I'm not appending PHP because eventually I'm going to shift the backend to Node only. So what we're going to do is say, first of all, inject this private auth service. Then I'm going to say, and by the way, the syntax is equivalent to writing auth as auth service, and then you do something like auth has auth service and say this.auth is auth, right? So that's the same thing. It's just a shortcut if you were just wondering. So with errors.length is 0, I want this.auth dot register user, username, password, and confirm password. Well, I believe that it does not make any sense to send confirm password here, because we are already checking if the password does not match. And if the user is actually bypassing this check, then I don't think so that user, I mean, if somebody is playing around with the APIs, then I think it's just redundant. So we can just omit this. So yeah, so we're gonna just omit this thing, and there we go. Username and password, simple as that, and that is it. So we can just subscribe to this thing. And yeah, I believe we should talk about RxJS now. It's high time, because we have been just using stuff without explanation for RxJS. So yeah, we're gonna just take a look at that real quick in a tutorial coming up. So this is our back end ready, front end ready. We are sending the script, we're sending the HTTP request, subscribing, and we are console logging the data we get from the backend. So the register component right here, if we see, here, go to register, we get an ugly little form because the CSS is missing, and we can just copy this login component CSS only. And by the way, you can just make it global as well because login and registration both are using this. So yep, username, password, and confirm password. There we are. And we can just make it something like just a h2 here, register here, something like that. So there we go. We can just register here. When we click on submit, it would send an HTTP request to the server. The server is not online yet, so it won't work. But basically, this is the front end of the application. And what we want is that we're going to say something like if data.success is true, then this .router.navigate to dashboard. And once the data is successful, the server has already sent cookies back to the browser, so the user is authenticated. We are sure about that, right? And just like login, just like we did with the login thing, we can also do the same thing with the login of administrator. We can also do the same thing with login of a regular user. So it just says, yep. So we just need to add this thing here. What's it? This.auth.register user. It's gonna create an interface, register response, which would say success as Boolean, and that's pretty much what we want right now for this to return. So this would be register what we had, register response as the interface name, and that takes away the error, but the router is not defined, so we can just inject the router here as well, private router as router, and we just need that up to router. There we are. So this is basically the code that will look for the front end part, and that is all for this tutorial. In the next one, we're going to set up the back end and see how to link front and back end. Okay, so in the first part, we almost completed the front end thing, though a lot of work is left there as well for the data displaying purposes and editing field and all that stuff. But basically for the registration stuff, that is done. For validation, we have a basic, just one check validation, but that's okay for now for debugging, for development, right? For backend, let's get started. So for the backend, what we need is, let's just say I go back a directory and create a server folder here, and I initialize this as an npm project. I'm gonna make use of Node, and just a minute. I'm gonna make use of Node, and if you don't know how to set up npm on Node, I have a video link in the description. Do check that out and you should be good to go. So how to actually set up a Node server really quick. So I'm just gonna install Express here to serve our application, and okay, with that being done, we have Express in place. We also need Mongoose and Mongo later on, but Express right now I believe should do our work. So what I have is, if I just open this in Sublime Text. So inside Sublime Text, if we take a look at this file, package.json says Express as the dependency. I can create an index.js file here and quickly start a server. So I can say Express is require Express, and then I'm going to say my app is just the Express server here, and we can just say app.listen what we had 1 2 3 4. We can just console.log server listening at 1 2 3 4, right? And here we can define what we had for the API, and that is our API/register path. So I'm just going to say app.register post API register, and we actually need some middlewares as well, like body parser, so that we can actually make use of JSON. So require body parser, and I believe it ships as a separate package now. npm install. Yep, so we have the body parser, and we're gonna just make use of body parser .json here, because we're gonna communicate in JSON with the server. So app.post, this gives us request and response, and now if we just console.log response.request.body here, what we're gonna see is our server. So I can just quickly start it with nodemon index.js right here, and we get server listening at 1 2 3 4. Now if I go to browser, open up my console, go to console here, write something like Mehul 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, hit submit. Inside our networks tab, okay, there's no request going on, and that is because just a user. Okay, so our register user event is being called. If errors.length is equal to 0, not greater than 0. Now if we take a look again, Mehul 1 2 3 1 2 3, hit submit, you see that we hit a request to register. Now we are not returning anything from our node server, so you can see that on the server we get username as Mehul and password as 1 2 3. So what we can do is pretty much just say constant username and password. That's how we are sending it, right? Is request.body, and then what we want to do is actually store this data on database. So what we're gonna do most probably is something like our user model dot save, and then we're gonna pass this information, and then inside our model we're gonna define a method which can work to like process data before it gets saved. Like if you want to hash your passwords before saving, that's a good practice to do actually, so you can do that. So that is how we're gonna work with this Angular application, and this is pretty much it for setting up the database, setting up the backend part. The next thing comes setting up the database operations. So that is all for this tutorial, and in the next one we're gonna set up Mongo and see how to make use of it with our Angular application. We're gonna take a look at how to install MongoDB first if you don't have it, then installing something known as Mongoose, which just provides a semantic way of doing stuff with MongoDB, because MongoDB as a whole is you can just store pretty much anything without any schema or anything like that defined. Then we can also set up schema for this MongoDB thing. So if you do not have MongoDB, what you need to do first is you need to install it. And if you're on Mac, it's pretty easy. You just have to go to Google, or you just have to go to your command line and write brew install MongoDB, and it would get it for you. For Ubuntu and Windows, you can just pretty much do a quick Google search like MongoDB on Ubuntu, something like this, and MongoDB on Windows, and you can follow any one of these links, and the guides would be pretty much simple for you to follow along, and you would have MongoDB set up. With that being done, what you can do is you can actually go to your terminal. Where is it? There you have. And when you write Mongo, you should actually Mongo is not running right now, so if you just run it, and then if you write Mongo here, you should see your Mongo client open, so you can do stuff like show DBs and all that stuff. So it just shows you all of the available databases you have created in Mongo. Now once that is set up, what we want to do is actually install Mongoose in our server folder. So here's our server folder, and if we just actually let me just start it node mod instead of node, so that it just restarts every time we make some changes. So if I do like npm install mongoose and save it, so it will install mongoose as a dependency in our server. And one last thing, which is optional, you can just work with the Mongo client here as well, but what I use is a client called robo3d, this thing. So this client would be used to actually see the Mongo as a GUI, right? Instead of command line, you can see data in GUI. So that is helpful. If you just want, you can install it. I guess it's available cross-platform, so that should not be a problem. So anyways, with our Mongoose setup, what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up our MongoDB connection here. So I'm gonna say constant mongoose is require mongoose, right? And then I'm going to say that Mongoose should use a promise library which is inbuilt inside Node. So by this, we're just switching Mongoose from callbacks to promises, right? And who doesn't like promises? So I'm just going to say mongoose.connect MongoDB localhost. Our port number is for Mongo. Where is it? And what the heck is this? Oh, actually, I guess we installed a package. That's why it just restarted everything. Anyways, so our Mongoose port is running on, things running on 27017. There we go. And once we do that, we can actually await for this as well. Await, or rather, we can just create a then call here. Then error mongoose up, something like this, because I'm sure pretty much that there's no error. So if we take a look now inside our index, you can see that server is listening at 1234 and mongoose is up as well. So what we actually want to do is not only just connect to Mongo, but to a specific database. So let's just say I'm gonna name this Angular DB, something like that. So now we are connecting to this Angular DB, and we're saying once we are connected that mongoose is up. All right. The next thing is that we need to create some schemas. So I'm just going to create a new folder, schemas, and we can just organize this later on to the standard file structure we have. But right now, let's just keep it that way, users.js. So I'm just going to say constant schema is require mongoose, and we can just enclose it something like this. I'm just going to say constant user is new schema, and this would consist of a schema which the user follows, which the user object our user collection will follow. So I'm just going to say for now is email as string and password as a string, and let's just say user can add a code of something, so that's a string, right? All right, so once we have created this model, what we want is we want to export it, right? So I'm just going to say module.exports, and actually let's just create a variable here first. So we're going to say const user. We already have that, so I'm just going to change this to user schema, and user is mongoose.model and I guess we need mongoose anyway, so let's just create something like this. So we have mongoose.model, and here goes the name of our collection, so that should be user. And what I want here is user schema object, which we just created. All right, so what it does is that when we are creating the schema, it's mapping the data we are storing in the database, and it's mapping that to JavaScript. So what happens is that Mongo would send the data to Mongoose. Mongoose would match it against its schema and would directly populate into a JavaScript object. So that's how it works. So what I'm exporting is the schema. Now I can import it anywhere in the file and directly make some calls, retrieving data, adding to data using the schema. So Mongoose does all of that stuff under the hood. What we can do, another thing, is that instead of code being just string, we can say its type is string, and a default value for this code thing is that you have no code, right? So you can specify default values and all that stuff. So as long as you're using this model to make changes, retrieve changes to your database, you are in sync with what Mongoose thinks you're doing. All right, and you should probably make use of Mongoose every time. It really makes life a lot easier. So what we have is that we have the schema ready, and now inside index.js, or actually it would just create a lot of mess here. I just want to separate files, but I'm not really sure how to keep it simple right now. We can actually just name it from schemas to models. We can actually create a controllers folder here as well, but I just don't want to do that in this video. We're gonna probably use that in some other videos. So what I'm actually going to do, let's just include it here only. So I'm gonna say user is require models, and we have users here, right? So what we have is module.exports as user. So this user is a model, and what I can do, let's just say right here, instead of API/register, what we can say is API/login and request response, and it will again contain username and password inside the body. So now I can say user.find1, let's just say, with username as username and password as password. And if we are able to find, we can just make it async function. Now making this async allow us to make use of the await keyword, which simplifies the code. So I can say my result is await user.find1, and I'm just gonna say if result is a false value, that means user login is incorrect. Otherwise, we have a user and we can create a session as well. Now we were doing sessions with PHP, but here we would need to make use of Express sessions, and so pretty much I can just say make a session and set user to logged in, just like that. So what we can do is right now just say console.log incorrect details. Otherwise, we can just say console.log logging you in, right? Okay, so now if we take a look inside the RoboMongo client, so what we can do here is I can just create a database with the name Angular DB, which I said, and we don't have any collection. So what we can do is just manually create a collection right now. Otherwise, Mongo would automatically create itself. Mongoose will automatically create anyway when you insert data, right? So it will just create data as well as collection. So what we want to do is create a user collection. Create it. User or users? We have to take a look. it's user. So let's just get rid of this and create another collection named user. Let's just name it user. Hit create. Now we have this as an empty collection right now. So what I can do is just manually insert a record here. I can say what we had in schema, email, right? As mehul@1.com, something like that. Password, we can just keep it 12345. And code, since it is defined by schema, we have to put it here. Some random garbage, right? And hit save. So you can see that we have a record here which follows our mongoose schema. So what I want to do is actually, if we take a look inside our code here, we are actually querying for this thing. So what we can do is actually we can make use of a tool called PAW, PAW in Mac, and Windows equivalent is Postman. And what this tool does is that it allows you to perform HTTP requests and test your APIs within this interface. So you do not need to open the browser and do all sort of JavaScript stuff to send JSON and all that stuff. So what we want to do is actually test our API. So we are going to test API/login here, and inside my JSON I'm going to add something like, let's just remove this, my username as, or what we had, username or email. I believe we had we are querying for username password. I guess we should switch that to email, or should we? Yeah, email and password, right? And here as well. So we're gonna send an email as mehul@1.com, what we had, and a password as what we had, 12345, right? So once we do that, we are posting to this, we get this. You can just console.log email and password as well here, just in case we want to see we are getting the result. We also want to console log the result, and that is it. So now if we hit enter, a connection refused. Fair enough, connection refused because REST has already been declared. Oh, okay. This is response, and response.send, nothing, just in case. Yep, so now if we hit it, we get a K, but inside terminal, we get incorrect details. Okay, so we are querying for email and password inside our user model. So if we take a look inside Robo3T, we can see our email is in fact mehul@1.com and our password is in fact 12345. Let's just try to let's just try it to change the code here, just the email, and if we hit it now, actually we're just not running the server, we hit it now, we get mehul@1.com, but our record is still null. If I just, this is correct. Okay, so after debugging, what I see is that we have created this redundant collection here, user. It should be actually users. That's right. So I can just drop this collection here,
And inside this collection users, we can just delete this object as well. And inside this object, we can edit this document to say mehul@1.com and 12345. Save it, right? And now what we have is that if we just get rid of this, find one email and password, get rid of this, get rid of this. And now if we take a look, what we have is that our mongoose is up. Now if I hit this inside our console, we get logging you in for the correct values, but for incorrect values, if we hit this, you can see that we get incorrect details. So our Mongo is linked for login. For registration, we're gonna do that really quick with the form we are getting. We just need to populate this stuff, and actually we can just do it straight away if you wait a little. So we can say await user.insert, or we can just say user is new user, and we can just say email password, just like that. And finally we can say result is actually this should be result await user.save, and we can just console.log result, which is results, returns us the original object. So if we go to API/register and we have email and password fields here, and we just say something like 123 and same password, hit enter, connection is refused because we are not making this async. I can just return send the JSON, the result as well. So now if we send this, you can see that we get a JSON response, and we get inside JSON response we get exactly how the data would be stored, and we can see the same thing inside our mongoose, inside our database as well. You can see that we have another record here. So registration and login stuff are good to go on the back end and the database part with minimal or no validation. We're going to add that later on. The only thing left now is to link this stuff with front end. So we're going to do that in the next video. Alright, so we have seen that our API works with our HTTP client, that is POW for Mac, and for Windows Postman you can use. So now let's just implement that inside our Angular application. So here's our app. It's working nice so far. Registration and login seems to work. Now what I want to do is right here inside my login component, if data is success, then I just want to redirect the user to dashboard and set the logged in to true, else just alert. Our login component seems fine. We can just check this component. This performs an HTTP request to API/login with the username and password as the JSON data, and it should return a success and a message. So we can pretty much do it right here. Our login thing should actually spawn.json, should return success or false, and message, right, or MSG, what's it, message is incorrect details, like that. We can just get rid of this as well. Otherwise we're gonna just send a response.json of success true, and what else, yep, that's it. So there we are, and if it is correct we go to dashboard, cool. Otherwise we just get an alert. This is fine. For registration, what we have is we get username, password, confirm password. We check it ourselves. If errors.length is 0, this auth.register. We are registering username and password. We are subscribing. Again, we are saying success. So we are saying this.http.post API register username and password, which we get here
with this request.body. We're creating a new user, and we are getting it back. Well, what we can do here is that we can just say constant existing user is user.findOne email. So I can just say if existing user exists, that means you cannot basically register with that email address. So I'm just going to say response.json success is false and message is email already in use. And we can just return as well here. Otherwise, we're going to create a new user, and we're going to save that user, and we're going to say success is true, message welcome, something like this, right? And with that being done, what we have is that we are now creating the users, just a response, why not a message as string right here. So now we can just go to just a definition here and see that we are getting data. Again, if this is success, we just navigate to dashboard, fair enough, and we just console log the username and password which is entered by the user. Alright, makes sense, and this should work probably. So now if we take a look for the dashboard thing, what we're gonna see is pretty much nothing. So just gonna get that stuff from admin. So we can just copy this thing inside our dashboard component, and with the admin file here as well, we can just paste that thing inside dashboard and change it to dashboard component like that. And what we have is this, right? So we can just actually just get rid of this at once for now, because we are not using sessions, so that would not work. So now if we take a look in the browser, what we should see is can't resolve admin component CSS, and that is because inside our dashboard we are using dashboard, and now if we just inspect the element, login, mehul@1.com, 1 2 3 4 5, go to networks tab, hit submit, we get incorrect details. Okay, we are submitting password and username. This should be email, so let's just fix that real quick. This should be email, this should be email, and this should be email as well. Let it reload. Mehul@1.com, 1 2 3 4 5, clear, submit. We get successful login. Inside review we get success true, we get a loading screen, fair enough. Alright, this works. Now I can just go to login again and actually to register, and now I can say something like some email@gmail.com, 1 2 3 1 2 3, clear, submit, registration. We get email already in use. Okay, this should existing user dot find one. Okay, let's just see what we are getting here. Existing user, email, and passwords. Hit save. Submit this again. We hit it, and inside our terminal, which is here,
or where is it? What's up? So if I submit it now, we get, oh, this should be await user.find1. Right. Now, if we submit this one more time, you should see that this registration is successful and we get a welcome message. However, if I go to register, if you write username as Mehul at 12345 12345, hit submit, we get success false as message email already in use. But if I write something like this, we get success true and message welcome. So basically our front-end, back-end database all is ready. What's left now is a little bit of UI and sessions. So we're gonna do that, complete that thing in the next video. Okay, so let's just first of all install the Express session module, and we should be able to do that by going to what's there, intro, yep, and or actually we just need to be in server only. I'm gonna do npm install express session, save. This will give us access to Express sessions, which would allow us to create and send cookies to the client. And once we have done that, what I want to do next is go into my Sublime Text, which has the server opened, and right here what we're gonna do is just say constant session is require Express session module, and then we just need to initialize it with what we want to use, app.use session, and then the secret, which is the secret which is used to sign the cookie. This could be any random garbage, and you can provide a lot of other options as well. One of it is save uninitial, and INITIALICTT, save uninitialized, which means that the cookie would not be created for someone who's not authenticated, right? And then you can also have resave as false, which just says that do not force resaving the cookie over your backend when no change is made. So with that being done, we are ready to use Express sessions. So right here, when we do API login, when we have success true, I'm going to say response request dot session dot let's just say user. I set this user to the email address which the user has passed, and we have logging you in as the thing, right? And once we have done that, what we can do is actually create another thing here, app.post, or rather just app.get, let's just say data, and we're going to say request responses here. Now here I'm just going to say console log user is, then I'm just going to say request.session.user, so as to just check what we have, or rather instead of console just send this thing to response, right? We can just concatenate that as well. All right, makes sense. Let's just quickly test this out, and we can actually test this out if we have the server running. We can just say npm start here. Now you can see we are using a proxy file to proxy the connections, and actually we just need to start the server as well, and there we are. So let it just build. All right, once that's done, let's reload, and let's just try to log in. Username mehul1@1.com. Password was 1234, I believe. I'm not sure. I remember that. Hit submit. Looks like we have some errors. Yep. Mongo is down. So let's just start Mongo first. And let's just try one more time. Hit submit. And what's up here? Let's just try one more time. Submit. Login request is still pending for us. Okay, the connection is not live yet for Mongo because we do not reconnect on save uninitialized. Provide save uninitialized option. Alright, whatever. It's just a warning. Let's just ignore that. So you can see that we have an error here. Hit submit. Incorrect details. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yep. So you can see that when we post this successful request, we get a cookie of what the hell? Request headers response. Okay, so in response, we do not have any cookie. If we go to data here, or actually we just need to go to API/data because API, or rather, yeah, actually if we go to API/data, then we should get that. So now if we go to API data, user is undefined. Okay, now let me just first of all clear all the cookies here real quick and then go here, login mehul@1.com 1 2 3 4 5, hit submit. Login gives us a Node.js cookie. We get that. Here we are. And then if I go to API/data, we get user is still undefined. Okay. All right. If we try to just console log here, request.session. Let's just see what we get. What if I set something like request.session.test equal to 1 here, and then if we reload this and reload it again, okay, so we are not okay. So now adding request.session.save allows us to actually save changes to the session, and what we have is that we just need to put this request.session.save after we have made this change, right? And once we do that, if we go to the browser again and we clear the cookies one more time, go to login mehul@1.com 1 2 3 4 5, hit submit. We get our cookie in the response. Now if we go to API/data, we see that the user is us only. All right, so good so far. So far so good. And now what we want to do when the sessions are with us, we just need to modify this auth guard a little. So I'm gonna say if this .auth is logged in true, then we are returning true. Is logged in. Let's just see what this method is. http.get API/is logged in. So let's just implement this real quick. So what I'm gonna do is go to my Sublime here and create another route which just says app.post is logged in, API is logged in, and then request response. I'm just gonna say what does it expect me to send. status, right? So I'm just gonna say response.json status is equal to request.session.email actually exists, right? So that is how we're gonna check it. So once that is done, this part is solved, the get part. Then what we have is our auth card is logged in. Then we're gonna get res if response.set is true, set logged in is true, return true, else navigate to login, return false. Perfect. All right, so now if we go to what we have our app module file here, we can see our admin had the scan activate route. We can just remove this because we're not using admin component anymore, right? And we can just copy the admin CSS as well to our dashboard CSS. There we are. And now inside our providers we have auth card, and for the dashboard thing I can also add a can activate guard, which is just auth guard. For dashboard, yep, that makes sense for now. Alright, so finally if we take a look at the app, what we have is that we just need to create another route, which is API data, which returns us some information regarding the user. So I'm just gonna say email is request.session.email, and then my code, which is originally we stored, that would be my code, right? Let's just make this boy async, and we're gonna get the code by await user dot find one. Email is request.session.email, and let's just make it user first so that we can just check. If not user, then request response.json status, let's just make status true here, status false, message user was deleted or something like that, return. Otherwise what I want to do is code would be user.code, right? If we take a look in our models, we should be able to see that our code is stored like that. All right, with that being done, inside our dashboard component, what I want to do is for loading for admin, what we had was that ng on init got us some data. So if I go to dashboard again, this.user.get data .subscribe data, this.message is data.message. Cool. Now what I'm gonna do is open user service, get data, my data API data, just like that. My data would be modified status, email, and code for now, right? And then what I'm gonna do is say this dot code is data dot code, and we're gonna say loading your personal code, something like that. And we also want the email, data dot email, and we're gonna say email is getting your email, something like this. And we're gonna first of all check that if data dot status is true, then only perform all of these checks. Otherwise I'm just gonna say that you should be navigated to this logout route, else this dot router dot navigate to logout, and we can just inject router here as well. There we are. So what essentially we are doing here is that, let me just show you. Let's just do everything from the start. Clear the cookies. Go to login. Mehul@1.com 12345. Hit submit. We get logging you out. Okay, user was deleted. Now this is because if user.find1 request.session.email, well, request.session here, if we check it one more time, clear the cookies, hit submit, we are actually getting logged out. Oh, this is actually user. I guess I write email there. There we are. Okay, let's just try one more time. Mehul@1.com 12345, hit submit. We get this logout button because we are not displaying anything from our dashboard component here. So our message is blank. So I'm just going to say quote here and by email, something like that. Now if we reload this thing, go to dashboard. Okay, cannot get API 404 not found. Well, if we take a look inside our routes, cannot get API. Right, so if we go to dashboard now, Mehul@1.com 12345, hit submit. You have no quote by, and we do not get your email address because this is user, not email. Right, and also inside logged in, this should be user. Whew, okay, lots of errors there. So now if we do one last try on our final application, hit submit. You have no code by Mehul@1.com. I can reload this thing. I still get the same thing. Now if I open Robo3D and we go to Angular DB, collections, users, and our user is this one. Edit the document, we change the code, right? Okay, something like success only comes to those who don't wait. Hit save and go to our dashboard, hit reload, and this is probably because of caching. Let's just reload. All right, or do we have multiple users here? Yep, so we had multiple users here, which should not be allowed obviously, but we're just gonna take a look at the validation later on. Yeah, now this happens because the first user which was associated with that cookie was deleted, right? So we need to perform the login again. So if I log in here, Mehul@1.com 12345. Okay, so take a look, Mehul@1.com. Okay, so we actually deleted the wrong user. So anyways, submit. So we get success only comes to those who don't wait by this guy, right? And if we take a look at the logout part, what we are doing for logout is that we are Okay, so the user is involved. Logout gets us API/logout. Then subscribing to data. If data.success is true, what should it return? Success boolean, right? So now we do something like, and this is a get request. Yep. So app.get logout API/logout request response. Now we can just pretty much say request.session. We can actually destroy the session as well, but I'm just gonna do something like that because this is easy on eyes right now. You cannot actually destroy the session as well using request session destroy. And that is it. I'm gonna send response.json. Success is true. Now we should be good to go. Now if I log out, you can see we get logging you out, but we get a internal error request.session.save. And once we do that, we log out successfully. Login mehul@1.com 12345 submit logout register 12121@gmail.com 12121122121 hit submit. We get redirected to login. Submit, we get you have no code by 12121@gmail.com. And you can see that after we register, yep, looks fine. And yeah, we can actually just destroy the session here anyway. यहाँ पर काटिए 1 minute. Or we can just do something like destroy. Right. So now if we take a final look at the application, we can log in, or we can just go back and register first. Let's just say Mehul MPT 12345 12345. Submit. Sign up was successful. Submit. You have no code by Mehul MPT. Log out. If I try to register with the same username, hit submit. Okay, you can see that we get the response like this, but we are not showing it here. So if I change this to Mehul MPT2 1212, hit submit, we are good. 12, hit submit, we log in, we log out, and this is how pretty much everything is working. And we can not just go to dashboard directly, it does not really work. So that is how pretty much we would create a very basic registration application, and what we are left with is just the validation part. So yeah, and one more thing, that how we can allow user to edit the code the user has, we are left with that as well. So we're gonna take a look at both of those parts in the next video. We're gonna see how the user can actually update the code assigned to it with the help of a simple interface we're going to expose through Angular. So first of all, for that, inside our code, what we're going to do is inside our dashboard components HTML file, we're going to say something like input type text value. I'm just going to echo this out, an ID of my code, something like this. We can just wrap it in div ID controls, something like that. And right here we can say something like input type button value update code. and on clicking, I just want to update code with the event being passed just like that. Alright, now inside our dashboard component, what I'm gonna do is write update code with the event coming in. I'm gonna get the value first as event.target.parent node dot query selector, and then I'm gonna go with my code dot value. I believe this is correct. If you take a look, event.target gives us this, parent node gives us this, and query selector my code would give us this. All right, after this, let's just say we have this dot user dot update code. Let's just create this method real quick. Dot subscribe data. I'm going to say if data dot success is true, alert your code was updated, otherwise alert some problem. All right, let's just create this method real quick in our user service. I'm going to say update code gets us a value, and we're going to say return this .http.post. I'm going to say this is a code status, something like this. This would be API code, and then we're going to pass in a value, right? So I'm just going to pass in a value like this. Let's just create this code status here. Interface code status gives us a status data.success, right? So this should be success here, and data success here. Yep. So there we are, simple enough. And on the backend part, what we're gonna do is actually this is becoming really messy, so I'm gonna pretty soon clear this mess. API/code gives us request response, which should be an async, but for now let's just console log request.session.user and request.body.value to just see what we are getting, right? And what we can do is just go to here, login mehul@1.com 123 hit submit, and what we have here, some sort of error. If we take a look, okay, looks like we are not running the server. So let's just start nodemon index.js like that. Yep. So now let's just try one more time, hit submit. You can see we are successfully logged in. Now if I remove the success here and update the code, this request is sent. We do not get a response as expected, but inside our terminal we get the email ID of the user signed in and the updated code. So let's just update this in our database as well. So what I'm gonna say is user dot find one, and what we have is email as request.session.user. So first of all, we can just say user as await user.find1. If there's no user, response.json, we can just say success false, message invalid, user, and return. Otherwise, what I want to do is user.update email should be again request.session.user, and what I want to do is actually just update the code. So I just want to set the code to be value, which we have with request.body.value. Right, let me just take a look real quick if that is actually the case. quote is yep. So once that is done, what I want to do is just await this and response.json success is true, and that is it pretty much. So let's just go back here, clear the cookies because the server has been restarting so many times. We are redirected to login mehul1@mehulh@1.com. 1 2 3 4 5, hit submit. I remove the success. I update the code. I get your code was updated. Fair enough. I reload this page and you can see that our code is updated. So this is basically how you would expose something, some sort of interface to update user details, to let users update their own details on your Angular frontend with Mongo and Node. And similarly, you can create a similar interface for updating passwords, and you can do pretty much everything now. You can create a user profile page, and imagination is your limit. Pipes, you can think of pipes something like which change the output in some way or other, which helps you to format your output a little so that you don't have to manually code that functionality as a function every time you are doing that. For example, let's just say you want to format a number to 2 decimal places, right? Every time you want to format such a number, what you can do is you can actually create a function in your TypeScript file, and then inside your interpolation expression you can call that function with the argument that particular number. That is fine, but what we have in Angular is actually pipes, right? And what pipes do is that not only they allow you to actually look it more cleaner, but you can also nest the pipes. Sure, you can nest the functions as well, but then it would become very hard to read and manage eventually. So let's just see what these pipes are. In this video, we're going to see what inbuilt pipes are, and we're going to come to the custom pipes later on. Okay, so inbuilt pipes pretty much means that you can customize or you can basically change the format of one type of date to another type. You can make stuff uppercase, you can make stuff lowercase, you can format a number as a currency value or as a percentage value. So these are pretty much what Angular gives you out of the box. Sure, you can code your custom pipes. We're going to take a look at that eventually later on. Yeah, before actually starting with the coding part, what I just want to clear out is that if you want to download the source code for anything related to this web series, what you have to do is just go to this repository here, mehulmpt/angular6 YouTube, and master branch is not really the branch I would suggest you to clone. Just go to this login app is the branch which just consists of the app when the login was complete. You can clone this registration app branch to get all the files which are just before this video, right? So in the last video we completed we kind of completed the app, the registration app. So this code is just before this video. So you can just clone this branch and do npm install and start working and fiddling around with it, and you should be good to go. Okay, so now first of all, let's just hop back to our VS Code here, and let's just zoom in a little so that it's easy to see. And now we are done with this. What I want to do is basically start a new project anyway. So let's just say I go back to my terminal and go back and I say something like ng, let's just say, and let's just create this new project by saying ng new, and let's just name it something like pipes. I don't know, but that's just a couple of tutorials, so yeah, fine. So we just named our project pipes and let it install its dependencies. Now I believe it might pick something from cache, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, so once that's done, if you take a look inside pipes and let's say I say ngServe here, you can see that the build has started, and meanwhile it's building. Let's just open this in VS Code. Alright, so now if we take a look inside our app component here, we would be able to see we have an HTML file here. We can just remove this and we can just say hello world, something like this here, and yep, hello world. And what we can do is just go to localhost 4200. You can see that we get hello world in place. And what happens if we do something like my hello world, somebody owes me amount, right? So what if my app component right here has amount equal to 100? Just a second. Why is tab indentation so small here? Anyway, so yep, let's just say this is 101.25. Let's just say. So now if you take a look in the browser, you can see that we get somebody owes me 101.25. Not so useful. And what I want to do is actually format it as a currency. Let's just save and see what happens. So you can see that what Angular does is that it immediately adds a dollar symbol here, which might not seem like a lot of improvement, but how we are using this filter is important. We are adding a pipe symbol here, and then we are writing the name of the filter. Since this is an inbuilt filter, it's not a filter, it's a pipe. Since it's an inbuilt pipe, we can just pretty much add this pipe symbol here and write the name of that inbuilt pipe. Now, what's the common convention of the common syntax, or rather not common, the actual syntax is your variable here, then your pipe 1, option 1, option 2, option 3, so on and so forth, then pipe 2, option 1, option 2, so on and so forth, right? So what I can do here is I can do something like currency and then write INR. So what it means is that now if we reload this, you can see that instead of a dollar symbol, we get a rupees symbol, which is the symbol for Indian currency. For example, if I write EUR here, which is for euros, we get a euro symbol, right? So the option 1, which the Angular team has decided for this currency inbuilt pipe, is the actual format in which you want to display that currency. Similarly, if you take a look here inside this currency pipe, you can see that right here we can see what Angular team has decided. So you can see that the first option is the currency code. The second option is the display. The third is digit info. And the fourth is the location. You can see all the description here. The currency code is what interests us right now. Display indicates whether you want to show the symbol for that particular currency or not, right? And that's what pretty much we have done right now. And what we can do is, for example, let's just say I want to toggle between different currencies. So what I can do is I can create a button here which on click says toggle INR and USD, let's just say, right? And what it does is toggle currency. And instead of hard coding this, we can say format here, something like this. So now I can define the format as INR, and what I can do is not really INR, but what we can do is define it as a get property. Get format is let's just say return INR is true, then I want to return INR, otherwise I want to return USD. Let's just create this INR variable here, which is true, but this.INR obviously. But what we want is that once I do run this method, this.INR should be toggled, right? So now if we take a look inside browser, you can see that we get rupees here. I can toggle currency, changes to dollar. I can toggle again, rupees, dollar, rupees, dollar. Not so helpful in case of currencies because you want to change the amount as well then. So what you can do is you can actually define this amount as a get property as well. So you can say that if INR is true, or rather this.INR is true, what I want to do is let's just say this is my private actual amount in USD is, let's just say 50, and if INR is true, we're going to do something, otherwise we're going to return the actual USD amount. If INR is true, that means I want to return the price in Indian rupees. So let's just take a conversion factor of 65 here. Let's just assume that. So now if you take a look, you can see that we get somebody owes me 3250. We can toggle it and it converts to $50. Thing you can do with other filters, other predefined filters we have right here. You can see date filter, uppercase, lowercase, currency, and percent, and you would be able to find the options for these filters inside your Angular documentation only, and you would basically require them as and when you need. Alright, so we already covered about pipes, that there can be two types of pipes inbuilt, which we looked at in the last video, and custom pipes. Inbuilt could be any one of these, and custom, how would we create a custom pipe is that we can make use of the Angular CLI itself. So what I can do is right here, if I do something like ng generate pipe, and let's just say I just say I want to generate a pipe which let's just say what it does. Let's just say it reverse pipe, which reverse the string, right? So we generated this pipe. What it did is that it created two files, spec file and the actual file, and it added that to the module.ts file. So let's just see what changes module.ts contains now. You can see that declaration has reverse pipe in it now, and as you can see, we did a fundamental mistake, that is writing pipe in the name of pipe, because Angular also does that. So let's just quickly remove that, and let's just remove our pipe as well. Who wants a reverse pipe.pipe? And there we are. Let's just give it one more shot. ng generate pipe reverse, which creates a reverse pipe for us. There we go. And now if we take a look inside this reverse pipe.ts, you can see that we get this function automatically created for us, which is a transform function. So let's just see what is happening here. If I console log this value and arguments, let's just say I get this arguments like this and arguments, right? Now let's just include this pipe, make use of this right here. So the name of my pipe here is reverse. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write something like this is a test string and this is another test string. Well, let's just give it some BRs, and I guess we can just make it XML valid. Anyways, it does not matter. So now what I'm gonna do is right here, write this in quotes and pipe it with reverse. Let's just see what happens. You can see that we do not get that text. Now the reason why we do not get that text is that whatever you return from this transform function would be actually the new value which this interpolation displays. So for example, if I return code dam here, right, you can see that code dam is displayed here. So whatever you return from the transform function would be displayed. Now if we go to console here, you can see that in console we do get this is another test string and an array of elements, no element, a length 0 array. So what we want to do is actually give it some options. So let's just say we do give it options like true, something like this, and let's just say I give it quote, or let's just say single quote, something like that. Right now if we take a look, you can see that in console we get two elements. The first element is true as we specified, and the second element is single quote. So what I'm gonna do with these values is that I'm just gonna say that if arguments of 0 is true, that means I want a full stop, let's just say. So I'm just gonna create a new string here. Let new string is this. So I'm just gonna say new string is value. I'm gonna say new string plus equals to a full stop, right? And then the second thing we have is a single quote. So I can say if args1 is equal to single quote, then what I want is new string is equal to a single quote plus new string. Else if args1 is double quote, then I want new string is double quotes plus a new string. Simple enough. And now I can just pretty much return this new string and take a look in the browser. So you can see, if you carefully note, we have a full stop in place and we have a single quote at the beginning of the sentence as well. Right now, if I change this to double quote, hit save, you should see that we get a double quote here. We still have full stop. I can change this to false and the full stop will go away, just like that. So this is just a very basic implementation of pipes. There is a lot to do more in pipes as well, but this is how basically you would create your custom pipe. Now you can format your text, beautify it, do whatever you want to do with it, and basically, yeah. So what else you can do is, for example, you can just specify a bunch of strings here. For example, let's just say you specify some strings here separated by a full stop or something, and you can then pipe it to display it as a list. That's a very useful case you might need to handle somewhere in your code. So yeah, that's pretty much it, how you would work with custom pipes, and that's all for this tutorial. First things first, what are directives? So directives, as you know, that they can add custom behavior to your HTML, and basically the directives are just the attributes you add, custom attributes you add on your HTML tag. For example, ngFor is a directive, ngIf would be a directive, and basically I have a list of directives here. Directives can be your inbuilt and custom. We're going to go through inbuilt in this tutorial and custom in the next one. So we have ngFor, ngIf, ngSwitch, ngNonBindable, which we're going to take a look at that, what it is, ngClass, and this should be etc. But anyways, so let's get started with, I guess we have done ngFor tutorial, so you can take a look at that. That tutorial link would be in the description if you want to go through that. So let's get started with the ngIf directive. So here's our code, and let's just go to, and actually we are in the pipes folder anyway, but we're just gonna test directives in this one only. Why create a separate thing? So our app.component.ts is here, and let's just get rid of all of this code. Similarly in our HTML as well. So we're gonna take a look at how to basically make use of ngIf. So first of all, let's just start with a very simple condition. Let's just say I have a div and I write star ngIf, just like we would do inside here, star ngIf, star ngFor, and these stars are just structural directives, syntactic sugar over your normal directives, and I'm just going to tell you that real quick later on. So what the star ngIf would do is that it would evaluate the expression inside your quotes now, and if that expression is true, it would display the content inside this div. So let's just say 2 is greater than 1, which is true, we know. Yes, 2 is greater than 1, right? We all know that 2 is greater than 1. Let's just see if Angular also thinks that. Let's just reload this. You can see that we get yes, 2 is greater than 1. How about we change this to 2 is less than 1. Now if we go here, you can see that we do not get any output, and in the console as well, no errors. So that basically means 2 is not less than 1. Simple enough. Now let's just get on to some little not so simple code. Let's just say I have a variable here. Let's just name it some random variable. So if this some random variable is true, which is found in a template, then that would be displayed here. I can do something like this, and right here I can say true to this, and now if I can just move it here, check, I get yes. If I change it to false, hit save, you can see that we won't get anything here. Alright, now what we can do now is that from variable we can, let's just say if this condition is not true, then what I want to do, well, one fix is that you have conditions like this, right? So right here what we are doing is that pretty much saying that if this is true, then display this, otherwise display this. Well, this is unnecessary. This is adding unnecessary code to your application. So what Angular did is that it provides an else thing here, which you can make use of to actually display content if this condition is false. So to do that, you have to add a semicolon. After that, write else and your templates reference here. Now, what do I mean by that? I believe I have covered that earlier as far as I can remember. I'm not sure, so let's just go over that one more time. So else, the name of the template here. So let's just say the reference of my template. So let's just say this is other block content. Now what this other block content could be is that I can add an ng template here and give it a reference of other block content, and I can say here let's just say no, something like that. So let's just take a look in the browser. You can see that we can get no in h1. Now the thing to note here is that I do not get this h1 surrounded by div. So ngIf is apparently this else block is replacing this whole div. It's not appending this content inside here. So what you might want to do is that you might want to just create another template for the true case as well, so that you have a consistency in the code. So what you can do is we can say that this is false block and this is true block. Let's just say we have false block in here, and for true block, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say some random variable is true, then I'm gonna show this true block, else false block. Okay, so let's just make this true block yes, and let's just get rid of this. So now if you take a look in the browser, you can see that we still get no, but if we change it, or let's just make something like just for demonstration purposes, this dot some random variable, let's just get rid of this. So here what we should see is that every second the content changes here, right? And what we can do here is that we can just customize this with a standard template block, right? So you can just separate your template logic with your true false logic. So we can just go here. You can see now this is surrounded by your div tag. All right, so this is how basically you would work with ngIf here. Now if we take a look at the next directive we have on the list is ngSwitch, and ngSwitch is pretty much just like ngIf. It's the same thing we used to do in programming languages, like for example in JavaScript, if you have if condition, then do this, else if do this, else if do this, and with switch you can do switch whatever condition, and then case something, case something, case something, and all that stuff. So it's similar here. I can go through over that real quick, but I guess you would be able to do that yourself, and in most of the cases, in simpler cases, you won't need ngSwitch anyway. So we're just gonna stick with ngIf for now. What we can look at next is ng non-bindable. Well, what this does is that, for example, let's just say I want to teach Angular to people using Angular framework. So I add a heading here which says something like interpolation. All right, let's get started with our docs. So I'm going to say interpolation is a way Angular uses to display variables inside your HTML using the curly braces. You can display, let's just say, a variable named name using name. Looks good. I believe we should be able to teach a lot of people, right? So let's just get rid of this b tag and let's just take a look in the browser. Okay, so we are missing a curly brace here. There we go. Something strange. I'm learning about interpolation as a user. So I read interpolation is a heading. Yup, interpolation is a way Angular uses to display variables inside your HTML. Okay, you can display a variable named using. Something's missing here. What it is? Oh, so we take a look in the code. You can see that we are actually displaying the name variable. We are trying to display that. Angular does not know that if I want to actually display these curly braces or actually want to echo the name variable. So to fix that, what we have is your ng non-bindable data attribute, or what am I saying? This is a directive. So ng non-bindable, what it would do is if I write ng non-bindable, it would pretty much output this thing as it is. You can see that this is echoed out as it is without Angular evaluating this expression. So this is how ng non-bindable would be used. Then we have ng class as well, which you might have guessed that could be used to display a lot of classes based upon certain conditions. So let's just say I have something like data is lang JavaScript used on web, and let's just say lang is Swift used on iOS. Right, we're good with these two only for now. And let's just say I have a UL li ngFor let language of data, let info of data. Let's just say I'm gonna say info dot language is mostly used on info dot, let's just say used on, obviously. So what we can do here to make use of ng class is that I can say something like span ng, then ng class directive here, and then I can provide here an object. So when I provide an object here, what happens is that it would add the keys of this object to the span class if those expressions are true. So as an example, what I can add is JavaScript if info.lang is equal to JavaScript, just as a matter of fact. So JavaScript, right? So it would add JavaScript class. If info.lang is JavaScript, it would add Swift if info.lang is Swift. Right, so yeah, let's just see that in browser. So you can see that we get JavaScript is mostly used on web and Swift is mostly used on iOS. And you can see that right here we get a class of JavaScript because that was in fact JavaScript, right? And right here we get a class of Swift because it was in fact a class of Swift. Make sense? I believe yes. So this is how your ng class directive works, and we have covered ngFor as well, ngIf as well, ngSwitch is your assignment, ng non-bindable is okay, ng class is done, and there would be some other inbuilt directives which you can take a look later on if you require them. Now let's just come to custom directives, and it's just basically simple stuff what we have done so far comparing with that, right? So we can just go to our code, and right here I can open my inbuilt terminal here, and I can say ng generate directive, Now let's just say I create a directive which is red, black, and I'm just gonna tell you what that means. So I wrote ngGenerate directive, it created me 2 files and updated the module. Let's just see what it updated inside our module file. You can see that it added red black directive inside declarations, right? And it has included that as well. Very nice, very nice. Now what we can do is just look at this red black directive.ts file here, and you can see that it has a selector of app red black. Now what Angular does is that it prefixes your directives with something so that you do not clash with Angular's inbuilt or some other libraries inbuilt directives by mistake. So this is just a security measure, you can say, from Angular team. You can change this to whatever you want, but I'm just gonna keep it this way. And this is basically the directive name you need to add to your HTML elements in order to let this directive run. So I'm just gonna go right here and I'm gonna create a paragraph, and I'm gonna say this paragraph paragraph is a normal one, and I'm gonna create another one and say this paragraph is a custom directive one, and I'm gonna add this app red black directive. So now let's just code what this app red black directive would look like. Okay, so the obvious thing, we need to customize the HTML element we are working on is first of all get that element, right? So right here we do not see any way to get that element. So what I'm gonna do is inject a dependency of that element, and I'm going to instruct Angular to give me reference to that element. So what it does is that it gets us to that particular element on which I have placed this directive. So as a matter of fact, let's just console log this EL guy right now. So now if we go to browser and see, can't resolve, actually VS Code always gets this wrong. This should be just Angular core, right? And now if we go here, you can see that we get this as paragraph is a custom directive one, but inside console we get this element reference. So you can see that we get a native element reference, and once we get that native element, it's the same as the one on the page, so we can mess around with that. So let's just mess around with that. I'm gonna say el.native element. Now this gives us access to the p tag we have on the web page. So I'm just gonna style it and say color or text color. I don't remember really. Let's just assume it's text color. Make it white, and I'm gonna do the same thing with the background color and make it black. Let's just see. Yeah, it should be actually color. Or should it be? Background color is black, color is white. Okay, that makes it work, but I don't really remember what the property name was here. Let's just take a look from here only. Element or style dot color is white, style dot text font. What the hell is this? Okay, so it was running some. Now what's happening? Let's just save this and reload it again. Damn you, Angular, you were running a cached copy or something. So yeah, this works. We have a custom directive which is customized according to our needs, right? So yeah, So what I can do is basically say something like el.native element dot inner text plus equals to rendered by app red black. So you can just add a notice or something like this, or actually rendered by app red black. We get it like this, but what I want is okay, so let's just take a look. If I add a debugger here, go to console, you see that this directive is called before the element is rendered. So at this time, what happens is that the directive this thing we are working on is empty. So we do not have access to whatever inside this element is. So again, you can add something like ngOn init here and add a debugger call here as well. Play this thing, reload, play this one, and now you can see that ngOn init is called after the content is rendered. So this is why messing around with content inside constructor would not work, and you would need to place your stuff like this inside your ngOn init, and we can just create this element as element ref. We can just say this dot element is el, and then inside ngOn init, I'm just going to say this dot element. Yep. Hit on play, reload this guy, and you can see that it's now in order. This paragraph is a custom directive one rendered by app red black. So this is basically how you would work with custom directives in Angular.
So first things first, what is actually Redux? So if you are someone who has never seen Redux, or maybe you have heard about Redux, you're like, I have seen Redux working with React or something, but it's used to work with some sort of data. I don't know what exactly it is. So yeah, what it is. Well, Redux is, if you're seeing it for the first time, you can think of it as a person who is in charge of managing the data flow in your application. So Redux simplifies, governs, manages how your state of your application, how the data in your application is flowing from one view to another, or actually how views are anyway requesting the data from the Redux store. So how is data stored without Redux? Well, you know that TypeScript, in our TypeScript classes, we store the data like, here's our code. You can see that right here, if we take a look inside our app component, you can see that we are storing the data right here, and then we write the logic here, somewhere here, right? So that is how basically TypeScript stores, you store the data without Redux. So this is the typical standard way of storing the data. Then why do we need Redux in the first place? Well, you don't. If you can work without Redux and without beating your head to the wall, you probably don't need Redux. Redux, if you add Redux to simple applications, would only complicate them. And this is a tried and true thing. So you do not need Redux as long as you do not feel to use something which simplifies your data flow. Alright, Redux usage. Now let's just answer first, why would you need Redux in such an application? If you have been following this web series all along, then you know that we had developed a login and registration app, and what I missed in that application is a header. Now let's just say we had a header in that application which displayed links like welcome user, whatever the name is,
then sign up, sign in, log out, and all that buttons. Let's just say inside content, I had a logout button here as well. Now, when I click on this logout button, I want that my header should display welcome guest, or should pretty much remove that message. How do I convey that information from my content component to header component? Now, I could have done that if my content was a child of header. I could have just passed down a method which I could have called from this content to header, but header is not the parent of content, neither is content associated with header in any way, any near way. Obviously, there's a distant relationship between them. You can just go to its parent and then go to header, but that's not really the practical way to achieve that, right? So in this case, what we can do is actually create a Redux store. So Redux store would sit somewhere. Let's just try to draw it. A Redux store would sit somewhere right here, right? And what it would do is that when you click on this logout button here, it would contact this Redux store to update the particular state, and then the header can get that information from the same Redux store and update its component. So you can see that instead of going right like this, which might in very big applications create a lot of confusion and hard to debug code, we are going through a store. This is the store, the Redux store, right? So similarly, if inside my menu I am displaying something for something different for logged in users and something else for logged out users, what I can do is once I click on, let's just say, logout button here, now I can update this store here. This is the store, same store through which content fetches its details, so it gets updated as well, and the menu gets updated as well. So you can see that there's a consistency, there's a flow of data when you use Redux. So when to use Redux, I already answered that question in the previous slide only. So when one component needs to access data of another component, that might be the use case of Redux. When you need to update the component's data, that might also be the use case of Redux. And when you want to keep data in sync. And if you carefully read all these 3 points, you would notice that these points are actually same. They are not different from one another. So from the last tutorial, we know that Redux would be applicable into an application with something like this, where this header, let's just say, needs to be updated dynamically whenever some action happens in content, or just header just wants to stay connected to a particular store which stores all the values. So for example, let's just say if I log out from here and just don't mind the handwriting, just log out, and this should be, oh, this is an O. Okay, so let's just say if I click this button, I should update in header from hello whatever to hello guest. Well, that was not so bad, right? So we can do that by implementing Redux in such an application where there would be a store, a kind of a store. Now let's just see what it would take to set up this Redux application. So as I said, there would be a store, there would be something known as reducers and actions. Now let's just learn about a little about all of them, what they are. We're gonna go into details later on as we proceed. So store, think of it as your database, your standard area for storing all the state. So all of your data would be stored into this particular file, right? Then your reducer is something
which your components will make use of. Reducers will be called by the components to actually update your store. So reducers is a way for components to update the data in store. And actions is pretty much what your components would fire off in order to fire a particular reducer which would update the data in store. So let's just see how we can set up such a system. First of all, I'm gonna make use of the same intro project, which consists of a login application plus registration application on our end. And if you do not have access to this repository, or rather this code, the repository link is in the description. So what you need to do is just do git clone of I'm not sure its link is something like Angular 6 YouTube. Then there's a master branch. This is some other branch, right? So this should be some registration app, I believe, the name of that branch. So the link is in the description. You can clone that code and get started. There's also server code, so we just need to start the server here, and we can just do that by npm start. And our server is already, or nodemon index. A server is already okay, so we just need to up the Mongo as well here. And if you're confused about this, I have tutorials demonstrating how to proceed and do everything I'm doing right here in this playlist, which link you can find in the description as well. So let's just try one more time, and you can see that we get mongoose up here. So our server is listening at 1 2 3 4. Cool. Now what we can do is right here we can say npm start, and this starts our proxy configured server, which just redirects our API calls to this server. All right, now what we can do is just go to, let's just say I go to this app.component.html. consists of this router outlet. What I'm gonna do is right here I'm gonna say this is a header, or let's just say first of all let me just create a new component here. So I'm just gonna say ng generate component header. So we're gonna make this component. Right here you can see that header component is injected, and if we take a look inside its TypeScript file, we would be able to see that its selector is app header. So let's just inject this boy right here, and what we can do is right here we can say something like div id of header, and we can say something like h1 my app is the best, and then I can say div id links, and right here I can say first of all we can just show a dashboard link, go to your profile user, or let's just say yeah, that would do. So we're gonna fetch this from the store, right? So this is logout and logout. So I'm just gonna say here logout, and that's actually React's way, I believe. I'm just confusing stuff here a little. Angular has a different approach. What we can do is we can just say here ng if logout, right? And again we're gonna fetch this information through our store, and right here also I can say something like greet message, right? And what we can do is right here for header component file we can say greet message is hello guest. You can say logout is true. So logout is true, if logout is false, then we want to display the logout link, right? So that makes sense. Okay, so logout is true. We have a hello world, hello user message. Now what we want to do is actually set up your Redux. So what we need to do for that is go to our intro and write npm install @Angular reactx, which ngrx is for reactive implementation, and write store here, and let's just save it. So what it does is that it gives us access to this Redux APIs through Angular's interface. Now Redux is a cross-language solution. It's not limited to Angular. You can find Redux on React as well. So basically what you need to do is just install Redux using this command. Let's just wait here. Okay, so once that's done, what we need to do is just go to let's just say app module.ts, and right here I'm gonna need to import some stuff. So what I'm gonna do is import something from Angular store, and what we're gonna import is store module right here. So what the store module does is that it allows us to create a store, provide a store to your application, and pretty much write the reducers for that as well here. So we're gonna say store module.provide, or actually what happens is that this provide store, I believe, was a method which was, I guess, in the previous implementation. So I believe if we take a look here to our package.json file, you can see that our ngrx store is 4.5.2. so above 4 there's a little change in the implementation of this store module thing. So what we're gonna do is, instead of writing provide store, we're gonna write store module.for root, and right here we're gonna pass in our reducers, right? So here this would contain our reducers, so we can just pretty much import them as well later on when we create some reducers. And then we can provide some options here as well. You can see right here we get a help here. So inside our configuration we can provide an option for initial state. For example, let's just say you want to initialize your state with some predefined stuff. For example, in our case it would be that the user is logged out and the greeting message, of course. So we can do all of that stuff here. So here goes our initial state, and we can do something like doing all that stuff. So we can say let's just say greeting message is hello guest and logout is true, something like this. So now we just need a reducers variable here, so we can write something like reducers, and what we can do is pretty much just import these reducers from whenever we create these reducers, right? So what we can do is actually just create a reducers.js file here, or we could have created a TS file as well. Anyway, okay, so this should be a TS file, not a camel based something. So what we're gonna do is, inside reducers we're gonna pretty much write our simple functions which would actually dispatch actions which would update your store. So these functions would be similar to what you have seen so far. These would be pretty much the standard functions which just accept an action and a type. So we can create a demo function here which accepts an action and type, and this is basically just the overview. And what we're going to do is switch over that action. So this action is basically sent by your component to this reducer. So this action tells
your reducer that what it needs to do. So we're going to say case, let's just say add one to state variable ablex, and what's going to do is return your state dot I don't know, you just need to map over to your state and just see that element is equal to x, then state of element, I don't know, you just need to update it and keep returning that element, whatever, you get the idea. So you can just update the state, you can just return the updated state here and it will reflect in your store. So this is basically a very casual example of creating a reducer, and we're going to create a reducer in the next video. Okay, so we have already covered a little bit about what reducers are and what they do, but let's just quickly overgo what reducer actually does. So a reducer is nothing but just a simple function which would respond to certain actions dispatched by your components. And with those actions, what it can do is that it can update the state, the main storage area of the application. So what we can do to create a reducer is that reducer is nothing but just a simple function. So before that, let's just create a folder here. We just says this as store so that we can just keep the Redux things separate from our applications components and all that stuff. So this would be store and reducers. So this would consist of, let's just say this is my app reducer.ts file. So what happens here is that first of all, what we need to do is export a function which is our reducer. So I'm just gonna export this function as reducer, and what happens is that this reducer would have an initial state. Obviously, when any component calls this particular reducer for updating the state of the application, it would already have predefined state before, right? So what we would do is just do a state of initial state. If the state is not defined, it would take initial state, and the second argument would be of the type action. Now what this action is that these are the actions which would be dispatched by the components. So for example, if I click on logout button somewhere in my content area, then there would be an action which would just say logout. So I dispatch that logout action to this particular reducer, and it would update the state, and anyone who's subscribing and listening to that particular value inside the state would get immediately notified. For example, the header. So once we have this action with us, what we need to do is actually just pretty much switch on something known as action.type. Now what this does is that every action has a type which defines what the action is doing, and you can add some data as well. That's the standard convention. Obviously you can do it any way you like, but that's the standard convention, right? So what happens is that you can add something like action.data or action.information or whatever you like here, but just stick to one, because after that you can create some static type checking as well if you stick to one. Then what we can do is that once we have the action.type with us, we can add some cases. So in our case, what I'm going to say, let's just say case is our action logout. I'm just going to update the state by returning the new state like this, and I'm just going to say login status is false, or just login false, right? Now this is just the destructuring operator, so we are just destructuring this initial state one, and what we can do is right here we can define our actual initial state. So we can say that our let's just say initial state is
something like which consists of login as false, and pretty much we can add some more details here as well. And obviously we can just perform a lot of type checking with TypeScript by just defining some interfaces, like let's just say app reducer state, and I can just say that this is login state as boolean, and then I can just pretty much add it app reducer state here. And once I do that, what we can do is basically if I try to add something else here as true, it'll just show me an error that it's not assignable to this interface. So we just need to update there as well. It's for your convenience. Okay, so once we have that state, we can start defining the actions we are going to use. So what I'm going to do is create another folder here. We're going to cover actions in a different tutorial, probably in the next one, but let's just get started with it for now. So I'm just going to say import, let's just say action logout from my actions directory. Let's just create some actions. Let's just name this as app actions. Right, so I'm just going to create this file real quick right now, app actions.ts, and what it would do, let's just keep it simple right now, export, and let's just say this is logout. Right, so now we are switching over to action logout. Yeah, we could have made use of simply logout here as well, wouldn't matter, but once we do this, what happens is that I can access the same variable inside my component as well. So if I want to change this, if I get to know that there was a typo here and I want to change this, I do not have to change this in two separate files. We can just change it right here inside our actions, and basically it just helps us to keep actions in a separate file as well. So let's just revert it to that, and once we have that, we are returning login as false, and I can create another action, another case here, which is action login, and I can say that this returns us the state and login as true, and I can basically import this as well, and I can say just like that. And obviously we can just return our state just in case nothing matches here, and we have to just make some changes to app module as well. So once we do that, we can make use of a service or something to inject that service into components and then subscribe those components to any changes, and basically we can just start messing around with Redux. Okay, so if we take a look inside our app.module.ts file right now and get rid of all the old code we had, what we have here is that we wrote this initial state which we no longer need because we are already defining that inside our reducer here. So we have this store module.for root, and what it does is that the first argument accepts our reducers. So what we need to do is actually provide it reducers. So what that means is that your application can have multiple reducers, not just one, because a single reducer will not be able to manage all the data flow in your application if there's a lot of data, and that actually makes sense as well. You don't want to overcomplicate your apps. So what we're going to do is just write reducers here, and the second object could be just that, and what we're going to do is just import reducers from, and what we can do here is write store reducers, and that's it. So we need to create an index.ts file here, and what goes in this index.ts file is that I just want to say that export my reducers, which would be let's just say this is a reducer for a particular part of your state. So let's just assume that your store has a state. Let's just say your store has various kinds of states. For example, I have, let's just say, user state, which just manages data for user. Then we have, let's just say, app state, which just manages stuff like log in, log out functionality and all that stuff. User state contains information like the name and email ID of the logged in user and information about them, basically, which can change over time. An app state might contain things like how many people are online and all that stuff. So you don't want the reducer managing user state, or actually rather you want that reducer managing user state should be different from the reducer managing app state. So what we can do is we can actually explicitly define here what we want to do with a particular reducer. So if we take a look here, what we can say right here is I can just say app reducer is my app reducer itself, and after that what we can do is we can import this app reducer from app reducer file. Well, let me just see, this is just a reducer, so we can just say something like this. Right, so once we have that in place, we have our reducers object with us, which we can pretty much just put in here, and this now makes it available to your application. Now obviously we can add tons of type checking here, and basically we can do something like actually your ngRx module also provides something like action reducer map, and what it does is that it would just check whether the reducers you're passing actually match your state in your actual state of your application or not. So for example, if I just import this from, let's just say, ngRx store, what I can do, and this is purely type checking, right? So this is not really strictly part of code, but obviously you should do type checking. So this is action reducer map, and it could accept, let's just say it would accept something like app state, something like that. So what this app state would be is that this would be an interface. So this is app state, and what this interface consists of is obviously my type of reducer. So this would be the reducer of the type of reducer I have here. So for this, what we can do is basically just quickly create the same interface and apply it as the return of our export function, and similarly we can just mark it at export as well and introduce it into the interface as well. So that completes our type checking, and yeah, let's just take a look real quick what we have, if everything's correct or not. So yeah, everything looks good, and we have all the imports in place as well.
What we're going to do is basically get the data from the Redux store somehow to our components so that we can see and access them. And yeah, basically that's it for this tutorial, and let's just get started with what we intend to do. So what I'm going to do, first of all, let's just say I want to get some sort of state in my header component. Let's just say I want to know if the user is logged in or not. So I'm going to first of all inject a service. Now I can directly query the state here as well, but let's just keep components clean. So I'm going to make use of a service here. Let's just name this user, and this would be user service. There we go. And then what I can do is something like this, .user.get all state, maybe first of all, and .subscribe, because this would work on observables. So we're going to subscribe to that, and I'm just going to say state, and I'm just going to console log the state for now. Okay, so that's for the component part. And what we're going to do next is go to the user service, and right here write a method, something like get all state. I believe that's what we named it there inside the component. Yep. And then here I'm going to return this dot
Actually, we need to get the store first. So let's just inject the store here. Private store. Nope, it should be store. There we go. And the type it has is let's just make it any for now. And now what I'm going to do is this.store.select. Now what this method does is that you need to pass in the name of your state which you want to get back. In our case, what this would be and how you determine this is this app reducer one, because I named it app reducer. So I'm just going to say app reducer, give me app reducer. And yeah, basically that's it, because we are in the back in the code, we are subscribing to this thing. So what I'm going to do is basically that's it. So if you see that if we reload this and check that out in the console, we get the login as false of our state, which is our default state. So what I can do here inside my header component is say that state.login is true. Then I want to set, or let's just say we can say something like create message is state.login is true. Hello, then state.user, otherwise it should be guest, right? I can just make it this. Okay, so now if you take a look, we can just this dot greet message is not defined. Okay, let's just try to move this logic. Let's just say this dot greet message is, let's just say we default this to loading, and actually we can just default this to loading here only. Loading, something like this, and then we should be able to see, say this dot greet message like that. Okay, so now you can see that we get guest here, and if I somehow change the default state here from false to true, and let's just say change this to user Mehul, we can just update this as well, something like this. And if you reload, you can see that I get hello Mehul, where we could just plug in this thing or basically just plug out this thing as we want. So it will just show guest and hello Mehul, just like that. So it becomes easy now for us to actually manage the state with the store and reducers and all that stuff set up for us. So yeah, that's all for this one. And on the next one, I'm going to show you how you can update the state and make sure your people, your components which are listening to subscribe to that particular thing are also updated and informed about that. So now that you're equipped with Angular 6 knowledge, it's time to create a good project and compete with other people who have been watching this video with you. So go to this link bit.ly/angular6-project and create an account on Codedam if you haven't already, which would eventually take you to the project page where you have to follow the instructions, and once you're done, submit your GitHub repository link. The results will be announced in December first week. Good luck and see you there.